Dun, 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 Halo, 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 Halo theme song, Halo, Halo, Halo theme song, Yo, what's up with you guys? Wouldn't it be great and crazy if I played Halo instead of doing what I actually did where I didn't play Halo? Hey, what's up? I will learn to turn those. Is that you, Horse-Me? Yeah, it's always you. I will learn to turn those off. I'll figure it out. I keep saying that, but I do know how to turn those off. I just forget every single time the stream ends. I immediately forget. Good morning. How y'all doing? It's a Saturday. I don't normally do politics streams during a Saturday, you know. Normally I reserve this for the video game streams, but you know, life is happening real fast right now. Life comes at you fast, okay? And I thought it'd be nice if we could take some time, spend some time together. Hey, everyone say hello to Chef Chingen. Still don't know how to pronounce that. My brother, actual brother. Hello, love to see you in chat as always. That's why you get a blue name, because I love you. Not that I love everyone with a blue name, of course, but I do love you. Chingon? Okay, gotcha. Anyway, there's a lot to cover. Like, a lot to cover. So, we'll have to get to that. I am sore. I did my first workout in like a year yesterday. It was a light workout too. Like, this isn't like a, you know, massive all day whatever. But whew, I am sore. Yeah, Vosh the power lifter. Yeah, but those 25 pound dumbbell bench presses, that shit, that was some top tier tourney shit right there, okay? Did you see the gif of a dragon fucking a car? I've seen many gifs of dragons fucking cars. Some of them real, some of them fake. You should see about getting Robert Evans to come on. I would love to have Robert Evans on. I don't think he follows me on Twitter, though, so I don't know if he dislikes me or he just doesn't know who I am. Both of them are very real possibilities. Anyway, we've got a lot to cover, people. Like, now. Who here lives in Portland? Raise your hand. But don't give me your address, okay? I see 1, 2. Couple, maybe a couple folks. Listen, we've got ourselves a rough situation on the ground right now. So here we are in Portland. This is the recordings of a Mr. Sergio Olmos, who is doing some on the ground video reporting on the situation over there. The situation is essentially the Proud Boys, a white nationalist terror group, yet to be designated as such, were denied a permit in a park in Portland because of COVID restrictions, but then they decided to show up anyway. The governor has called in troops to help the police in case of confrontations, and apparently counter-protesters are going to be protesting at an adjacent park about 3 miles away. Now, the issue is there were multiple leaked screenshots. I think I have some of these retweeted from Shu. I think Shu tweeted a couple of them. Yeah, from these people talking about how they are going to fucking murder you if you show up. Kill everyone on the streets. Shoot them dead before they kill you. Kill on sight. Yeah, just shoot them. Yeah, see. So the hot big brain 10,000 IQ response from our side has been, don't show up. There's really no point. Let me tell you folks, okay? Counter-protesting is great. It's great. It's a wonderful thing. However, in some specific instances, it is actually way better for right-leaning lunatics to just clash with police. Keep in mind, these people are fucking deranged, okay? They're pretty much guaranteed to break laws. If the police aren't there to arbitrate interactions between counter-protesters and fascists, the only thing they can do is just interact with the fascists, which significantly increases the likelihood of violent confrontations between those two groups. We do talk about, those who work forces also burn crosses, and that's true. Not denying that. Police and white nationalist groups, hand in hand for decades, centuries even. However, the union isn't perfect. Not every single police officer is a fucking clanner, and not every single Proud Boy is a 10,000 IQ, I know the game, I'm going to play it cool around police officer type dude, There are idiots on both sides. And when they clash, instead of them arbitrating between counter-protesters and protesters, it's way more likely that they end up fighting with each other. Sometimes not showing up really is the best move. This actually happened in the UK recently. I think I even covered it on stream. Essentially, the gist of it was, oh yeah, here you go. Araxiel, thank you. Perfect timing. Yeah, here you go. Far-right protesters clash with UK police at anti-migrant march in Dover. There was supposed to be a big counter-protest, and then they just decided to not. So they just clashed with police. I mean, isn't that great? Just let them fight each other. Why should we spill the blood, Why should we be involved? Anyway, yeah. So these people are absolutely out here looking for blood. There was also a massive anti-lockdown protest that fought police yesterday. Awesome. I didn't actually I didn't see that actually. Look, all I'm saying is, what's the criterion for deciding whether or not counter-protesting is advantageous or disadvantageous, though? So actually, here are some good ground rules, okay? Are you ready for it? So, okay, let's say you're like an RPG, not an RPG, an RTS commander, okay? You get to decide where to dispense the Antifa counter-protesters, okay? What can you do to maximize the likelihood of your counter-protest going well? Well, here's step one. I know it's cringe, but follow by it. Don't bring guns. Don't. We're not at that level, okay? If you bring guns, Andy No is going to catch a shot of you holding it while looking scary, and it's going to get 18 trillion retweets, and the president is going to do a press address where he holds up a tablet showing the video, and he's going to make Antifa illegal, double illegal, okay? Don't. Nothing good will come from it. I'm serious. Nothing good will come from it, okay? Just don't, all right? It just doesn't work. It doesn't serve to our benefit, okay? If the public was on our side and the police were on our side, we could flex harder, but they're not, so we shouldn't. It's not even optics. It's just strategy, okay? Be reasonable, all right? No guns. If the terrorists, white nationalists, whatever, are very, very organized and prepared to show up at a given event, probably shouldn't go. What these people want more than anything else is conflict, okay? The Proud Boys don't want to just march down a road and look cool. These people drive from out of state. These people don't show up just to look good. These people want legal kills. Exactly. They want you to give them a legal excuse to kill you. If you have a gun, that makes it a lot easier for them. If you fight them, that makes it a lot easier for them. If you don't show up, they can't do shit. Their only interactions are with the police. And the general public are always going to side with the police over any group the police are fighting. Especially like far-right white nationalist terror groups. So why give them the easy shot? The best time to show up in counter-protest is when you can overwhelm them with numbers and when it's not just far-left people showing up, but a broad general movement, okay? Listen, 100 Proud Boys and 100 Antifa, this is a bad interaction. They're looking for legal kills, okay? 100 Proud Boys and 1,000 local protesters of all, political dispositions that aren't fascist, they clash, that's good for us. Proud Boys don't want legal kills on a fucking mom who works at a grocery store. The Proud Boys don't want to get in the newspaper because one of them ran through a group of protesters and killed like a local fucking, pizza delivery boy, okay? They want kills on Antifa. They want it to play to the optics game. If you don't give them those chances, you come off looking better. Just a general metric for knowing when the best time to, throw your weight around. Oh, they'll still try to do the she was no angel thing, but keep in mind what happened at Charlottesville. Heather Heyer, sure, the fascists, Sargon of Akkad, the Nazis may have been like, oh, she was fat, she died of a heart attack. For the general public, Charlottesville was an optics nightmare. Remember that famous clip of Richard Spencer? The one where he's like, these fucking actors! I deserve this is me! Remember that clip? That really, that good clip? That was him breaking down when he saw the reaction the public was getting after Heather Heyer died. Remember that? That was his reaction when he saw what happened. Charlottesville was not a win for these people, okay? But if Heather Heyer, did I say Heyer? Whatever. Had been some like Black Bloc Antifa member, in all likelihood, the optics game might have played the other way, but it didn't. It's not a matter of morals. It's not a matter of what's the right thing to do. It's a matter of very basic organizational strategy. That's my opinion on the matter, okay? We have to stay safe, all right? Anyway, let's take a look at some on-the-ground video footage, huh? What about libs? They don't know better? Libs generally only attend counter-protests if it's popular for them to do so. Lefties are always the bulwark. Lefties are always the front line. Liberals follow trends. So if the liberals are following a trend, fucking yeah, that's your shield. If you're Antifa or whatever, you don't want to be alone against Proud Boys. To the average dipshit out watching fucking Fox News or whatever, or even just CNN, that's a evil versus evil. But if it's Antifa mixed in with thousands of local residents saying no to a fascist group, that makes you look way better. Simple strategy.
Oh, rock and roll.
That's a lot of them. All the classic apolitical, just a joke, okay sign. Getting their rocks off. There we go.
Same as always, you know, just kind of.
Twitter video. Twitter. 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 Twitter.
So why are you guys out here today?
Twitter. Twitter.
Always, you know, just kind of shine a light on what's happening out here. People always ask, why do we come? My question is, why don't more people come here? There's a lot of bad shit that's been going on. It's been 100+ days of violence and riots, assaulting police officers, killing people, executing people. We don't like seeing that, you know? I want everyone to learn how to get along. And like today, as much as I do not like Antifa, I don't want any of those guys to get hurt. I want everyone to be able to go home. I disagree with them, but we should be able to disagree and keep our hands to ourselves. And we shouldn't become violent and assault people and burn shit down because we didn't get our way. It's very.
This is so hardcore, like how we act in front of the camera versus how we act with the boys shit. Holy fuck. Proud Boys literally fucking hype beast themselves up. Proud Boys are like the fucking far-right equivalent of like the Death Roaders from Mad Max Fury Road, okay? The fucking warriors who spray fucking chrome on their teeth before they like jump off the car to body slam somebody else. These people are fucking lunatics, okay? They hype themselves up in group chats about how many fucking Antifa scalps they're going to collect. For this guy to be like, we're just here to bring attention to some of the civic unrest in this state. Frankly, I think we all should be coming out here. You know, we don't want anyone to get hurt. You know, we just want to address some of the concerns that we have about civic governance and, you know, the general strategies that people have been engaging in Portland protests. We just want to have a talk, you know.
Very childish. Yeah, a lot of people have gear on, but that's just for safety, you know.
That's just the quick caveat. Like he looks around at the people wearing like $6,000 of tactical gear. He's like, yeah, you know, it's just for safe, just some self-protection. You know, the guy with a fucking homemade nail bomb strapped to his chest. Yeah, you know, we're just out here. We're just trying to keep people safe, you know.
I just pray that everyone has a good day and we get to get our message out there. You know, the world's watching right now. This is the #1 trending thing in the whole country.
That's what they want, by the way. Remember, I think it was a year ago when the Proud Boys had a confrontation in Portland and they backed down because Donald Trump had acknowledged their presence. They said, like, we're not running away, actually. We've just accomplished our goal because Donald Trump tweeted about us. We just wanted his attention, really. You remember that? It was like a year ago or like something like that. They clashed so often in Portland. I don't remember the specific time, but it was pre-COVID. I remember that. So maybe it was last year, very, very early this year. But anyway, that's what they want more than anything else. They want open, obvious, violent conflict that they can play up for drama, to make themselves look like the heroic defenders of Western civilization. It's the same thing, by the way, that the Ku Klux Klan tried to do back in the day. The Ku Klux Klan wasn't just selling themselves on yeehaw, let's lynch some blacks, you know. The Ku Klux Klan marketed themselves as a necessary bastion of white and Western civilization against the influence of the degenerate races. They try to paint themselves as saviors. That's the whole point of A Birth of a Nation. That's the whole point of the first film to get a screening in the White House. You know? Yeah, they were considered knights. That's the imagery they use. The burning cross, those weird, like, robes, they're supposed to look like Templar knights, you know? Or at least they're supposed to evoke the imagery, you know? Of course, we know what they actually are is dorky, LARPing losers who jerk off every night to the fantasy of their missus getting tag-teamed by, like, 2 former slaves. But you know, insecure white dudes can do a lot of damage if you give them legal protection and firearms. So what are you gonna do?
We're already on drug report.
Is the plan for today to stay here, or is it to move out?
No, we don't want to move out because that's going to break stuff up. That puts a lot of pressure on law enforcement, and those guys are already going through a lot of hell, man. You know, we just want people to be safe, and we picked this area because we figured it'd be a pretty good, safe location.
Aren't these people here in violation? Aren't these people here in violation of them being denied a permit? They're already in violation of the law.
Like I said, if anything happens today that's violent, it won't be because of us. It'll be because the other side decided to come out here and start shit. But we are FAFA. Fuck around and find out. If they come out here and they put their hands on us, we're gonna fuck them up.
See? That's all they want. Everything they do here is to bait confrontation. You notice the difference then between the tactics of Antifa and the far right. Antifa don't ever do this. We'll just come around from out of state to show up in a neighborhood to look for people to kill legally, you know? In large part because Antifa know they'll never get to kill anyone legally, okay? They know that for a fucking fact, okay? If you're associated with the far left movement, okay, you could literally be like JoJo dodging bullets as like a group of Nazis fire rounds in your general direction before like running up and punching them. And if one of them flies backward and hits their head in a telephone pole and dies, you're going to fucking jail, okay? They know what the game is. So Antifa doesn't do that shit. Antifa show up to counter protest.
About it.
For sure. So it's just this place, no Justice
Nope.
Center.
We're doing this. We have a party after this. I mean, we're a drinking club. We'd like to go back to just being a drinking club. You know, today this is all a joke. It's funny that it took a drinking club to come to Portland for the shitty governor here, Kate Brown, and the worst mayor in the world, Ted Wheeler, to do their fucking job and actually let law enforcement do their job.
Wait, how are you doing law enforcement's job if you're in violation of a city order and you're just sitting in a park blasting rock? Wait, what? Also, what do you mean drinking club? They're a terror group that was founded by Gavin McInnes. He's admitted that their purpose is to engage in political violence to terrorize their opponents. Yeah, they call it a drinking club because they don't want to admit they're a political movement. But like it's like a just a joke kind of thing, you know?
It's funny that they enact a national emergency or a statewide emergency for us showing up. We're the ones that are, you know, trying to keep our hands ourselves and stay away from everything.
Yeah. We just traveled from out of state to show up here in violation of a city order with a fuck ton of firearms and body armor just to Just to show our support for the boys in blue, honestly, you know, we're not here to look for any trouble, he says, rustling his pants filled with 30 pounds of additional munitions, you know? We're just here to have fun, you know? We're just here to throw back a couple brewskis with the boys. I don't know why people are so up in arms about it, you know?
So
Nice meme. There's no fucking way they stay contained to the park. What's this guy doing? Hit me up.
what's the stickers about?
Got Twitter.
Well, it's basically a fast and easy way to get the word out there about our message. And our message is basically...
See, we got Blue Lives Matter, Thin Blue Line, Second Amendment, Trump, Law and Order, the right to bear... This sticker right here is pretty jumbled. I can barely read the text against the background. Come and take it. We got the Unborn Lives Matter, which is kind of a funny linguistic contradiction. Don't tread on Trump. Oh, that's really good, by the way. Imagine appropriating a libertarian icon for a slogan that's about not treading on the President of the United States. Holy shit, dude. There is no such thing as right libertarianism. It's the fucking libertarian flag. It's specifically be about the rights of the individual not be infringed upon by the state. And it's don't tread on poor Worcester Middle the fucking POTUS. Jesus Christ, dude. Anarcho-Trumpism. We're here. I mean, I founded anarcho-Bidenism, so I guess it makes sense that
all of these. We stand for the Constitution. We stand for President Trump. We stand for the Second Amendment. Well, that would be the Constitution, so we stand for all of it, not just bits and pieces. And the Second Amendment's been getting trampled on lately.
Do you think he's in favor of Breonna Taylor's boyfriend, who had his house barged into by plainclothes officers who didn't announce their identity and fired on the intruders? Have you guys heard about the phone call that Breonna Taylor's boyfriend made to 911 like a minute and a half after the intrusion? He called the police saying that his home had been broken into. Even after Breonna was dead, he still didn't know that it was the police who had done it.
We stand for our police. Our police really do a lot for us. They're underrated. I would call them underrated. Underrated, and they're abused every day because there's a couple bad apples that make the rest of them look bad, so the media spins and they just run with it. Right now, I would say it's probably never been harder to be a cop than it is right now in America. Right now. There's way more people that... I mean, there's so much hate towards cops, there's murders going on. Anyway. Yeah. And then, honestly, on top of all this, there's a bit of...
I can't wait for the DSM-7 to come out where they introduce cop brain. I think that's the psychiatric condition that we really need to dedicate more time and social resources to understanding, okay? Cop brain, okay? It's exhibited not just by police, by the way. I don't know if there's like a skull dent or something going on. I don't know if there's like a phrenology element, but I have met IRL people with cop brain, and it's a very specific... It's held by a lot of non-cops who like wanted to be cops, or like they think they're gonna be a cop one day, or they have a family member who's a cop, and they have this obsession with like boot leather and its taste and the mouthfeel, and I don't understand. It's like insane. These people are like physiologically incapable of independent thought. It's fucking wild. I can't imagine. Yeah, I don't know if it's like a kink thing.
The national pride, proud of being American, which that's Trump's making a lot of people be proud of being American.
This fucking music, dude. They're doing it to me specifically, so fucking YouTubers can't cover it because of Content ID. Copyright.
You know? And then I saw when Jay was ambushed and murdered.
What?
You know? And that for me was enough, you know, to come out and take a stand, you know?
Have you been to a rally before?
No, it's my first one.
It's your first one?
Yeah.
That's sad, dude. Can you imagine being like a 60-year-old guy, like kind of in your twilight years, you know? Like you probably got some kids or whatever. and like at this point in your life, this is when you get like you get roped into like the far right, like, you know, death cult. He's way over 60. I can't fucking tell with white people, dude. Yeah, he's like 75, dude. I don't. Okay. But anyway, yeah, it's like, well, that only makes it sadder, you know? Like, at this age, you're supposed to be like, I just can't imagine, like, being this old and not just wanting to, like, chill, with, like, my family or friends or whatever, you know? But instead, he's out here, like, I don't know, what, looking for targets? Anything. I can't even be mad at this guy. This guy is boomer brain. I don't fucking know. This guy was able to summon just enough fucking cognitive ability to dress himself this morning. Like, this is clearly somebody who only moves from the couch when, like, Fox News has an ad segment, you know? I don't, like, I can't, yeah, the annoying thing is, I feel like about a solid 30% of people who will be voting for Trump are so old and so fucking brain rotted from Fox News that they don't even know what the fuck they're doing. They're just like flesh automatons that are like carrying out an imperative, you know, that's been directed to them from the noise box. It's actually really sad.
Portland, you know, they're firebombing the police, you know. So, you know, it's that domestic terrorism, you know.
Nice. That guy was so fucking quiet, dude.
Talk to press, do any of your leadership. Yeah, and if you're not qualified or clear to talk to press, do any of your leadership, shut the fuck up. That's it. All right, other than that, let's have fun. We still got some time, so we're still going to congregate. We're still going to hang out. But let's fucking party! Uhuru!
Wait, does that shirt say Uhuru? Like that black guy? Wait, do you guys remember that black separatist? Wait, is that the same Uhuru? Or is it spelled differently? Or does it mean something different? What's Uhuru? It's a Gavin McGinnis meme? Yes! It's the same one! Time is a flat circle. You guys haven't seen that YouTube video? It's like a super anti-white black guy, like far crazy right, like black Nazi shit who hates white people. And he was like, yeah, and white people should all be saying sorry to black people all the time. Uhuru! Or something like that. Is that what we're talking about here? Yeah, the you all owe me reparations? Yeah. Why would they like him? First of all, black separatists and white nationalists have gotten along since the beginning of time, okay? Because they both want to separate. And second of all, I don't think they like him. They're probably just using him like as a meme, you know? Like, think of Uhuru to them is our amazing, you know? Yeah, it's like a lolcow thing, you know? By the way, this is actually really good advice. If you're at any kind of big event, protest, rally, what the fuck ever, okay? Do not speak to press unless you think you can do a good job, okay? That's actually just good advice for anyone in general, okay? Just really, really good. Listen, okay? You're all wonderful people, okay? You're pure of heart, you're beautiful individuals, and I love each and every one of you. You're perfect, okay? That being said, talking with the press is a very harrowing, okay? And if you're like awkward or nervous, there's nothing wrong with just like shooing them away, okay? And let me tell you, if you're nervous about talking to the press, what would you rather have? the very brief awkwardness of shooing them away, or knowing that an awkward interview with you was being broadcasted on a national or local television. Okay? Just letting you guys know, I have heard from a lot of people who said, holy shit, they just threw a camera in my face. I did not want to talk, and now this shit is just out there forever, okay? I'm just saying, it's just generally good advice, okay?
Gonna get some beer, 'cause part of the tenets of the Proud Boys, we like to drink, we like to have fun.
The fuck you saying? Older Proud Boy asked people to chip in for a beer run. We're a men's drinking fraternity. Hey.
So tell me about your sign.
This is my friend Jay. He was shot in cold blood at Antifa rally, and for no other reason than he was a proud patriot.
Did you know Jay?
I did.
Could you tell me a little bit about him?
He was a good guy, all-around American patriot, and what happened to him was just a travesty.
If a person ever uses patriot as a positive descriptor of another American, you know that person is a fucking Nazi, okay? Nobody ever called, oh, what did you know? Well, he was a patriot? Yeah, no, that's a warning sign right there.
Okay. And then these signs, did you make them yourself?
No, I'm actually handing them out on behalf of the Proud Boys.
Wait, is this supposed to be a real question? Who killed Aaron J. Danielson? Didn't the guy who killed Aaron J. Danielson get murked at his fucking apartment by police? Like, isn't this guy like a fucking pincushion now? Is this like a rhetorical question? Like, who killed him? Antifa killed him. Like, the children in the audience are all supposed to raise up their arms like, who killed him? Antifa! You know, like they're all supposed to do, like it's a bit, you know? Because I'm pretty sure it's known. Yeah. Antifa, woo! Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, I saw this. This is unrelated, by the way, but somebody linked this earlier. This is something that's being sent out. I wish I was this good at grifting, dude. Andy No, independent journalist covering Antifa violence. Antifa rioters beat me until my brain bled, and not one person has been arrested. Source on that. Now I'm taking justice into my own hands. Emergency room photo enclosed. Holy shit. Can you fucking imagine? Why aren't we doing this, dude? Every single clash with the police leaves dozens of left-leaning people with fucking massive bruises and blood and rubber bullet holes and lost eyeballs and shit. Why aren't we doing this stuff? Like, you know, I'm not a lefty. I'm an independent journalist covering police abuse across the country. Here's a picture of my spleen after it had to be removed and stitched up together by a surgeon or some shit like that. I don't know. He's a liar, by the way. Andy No's brain is fucking fine. This is the concrete milkshake. I dropped my beans. The Antifa has robbed me even of my beans guy. I can't imagine tweeting that out. Holy shit. Wait, no, it's not? Wait, did I say something incorrect? Oh, because his brain's not all right. I'm sorry, okay. Physically, his brain is perfectly fine. Inside, however, something is definitely not. Okay, there you go. Okay. Yeah, this is, no, this is real. This guy was like, I was making fruit in my kitchen, and I dropped it. I don't know why I dropped it. Maybe because of the Antifa brain damage, so they have robbed me even of my fruit. It was like that. I'm not kidding. That's like the tweet. That was the tweet. I'm pretty sure. It was like that. It was basically that. It was in the ballpark. That was about the tweet, you know? I was in the theater eating beans. I dropped the beans on my shoe. A black teenager shouted, "This guy eating beans!" And everyone started laughing at me. Now Antifa has robbed me both of my dignity and my beans. You know? It's... Okay, look, let's focus, okay? Yeah, this guy. See me narrowly avoid that one right there? Yeah. I'm sorry, that had to be a dream. It's too good. No, that's not, no, that really happened. Yeah, look. I was holding a container of fruit with both hands. Then suddenly I just dropped it. It landed all over my feet and floor. I looked down and I couldn't help but think this had to do with the brain injury. Maybe I'm wrong. The attackers robbed me of confidence in holding my own food. I wasn't kidding! Antifa are a bunch of lemon stealing whores, you know? Now it's lemon's a fruit, right? Yeah. So it's not surprising to me that somebody with tweets like this, with comedy gold like this, is out here tweeting fucking hospital photos to people to try and get them to, I don't know, subscribe to his Patreon or some shit. I don't fucking know.
I'm actually handing them out on behalf of the Proud Boys.
Stop! Which one is... That confused me for a second. I'm sorry. Are we up to date? I think we're up to date. Anyone know? Does anyone know what the current status is of this? Here, hold on. 14 minutes ago. I think we've gotten all we can out of this feed. Hold on, let me check the trending. They moved out yet? Latest Proud Boys. Let's go. Videos. That's how you do it, baby. That's how you do. No, don't do video. Okay, advanced search. Yeah. I don't know how to do advanced search. I don't know how to do it. I don't know. Just go with latest. Oh my god, it's still daylight in America? Dude, it's not even noon where I am, okay? Peter Coffin posting cringe. All you had to do was type out Peter Coffin. I know how to finish that sentence. Don't worry about it, okay? I don't care. A lot of people are repeating, reposting the Joe Biggs interview. It looks like there isn't much else in the way of current video footage, so we might have to abridge this there. We'll probably get more updates on this soon. Anyway, I hope everyone out there in Portland stays safe. Oh, is this live? Oh, fuck yeah!
We're living in a softbox, man. Hopefully it stays like this.
I hope so too. It's supposed to rain at like 11, I think, right?
Yeah, fine, man. I'm totally cool with that.
Yeah.
Dude, the last couple of protests I shot, it was like in the fucking bright fucking sunlight. I was,
You're like, dang, bro. I hear you. I hear you.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Brought across the country by
Man, these people really are just out here vibing. You know, if oh, it ended 11 minutes ago. Oh, okay. So this isn't actually a current live feed. Yeah. So there's no current live feed. Okay. I mean, if these people are just gonna stay in their fucking park, then okay. Can you imagine how disappointing that would be for a lot of people if they went to a Proud Boys rally and they went from out of state with a bunch of weapons and all they actually did was have shitty barbecued hot dogs like out of the fucking back of a pickup truck in a park on like an overcast day. And that's all they got. Hey, Daryl? Yeah, I'm Hunter. Yeah, what's up, Daryl? I saw you. You're kill all N-words on our Telegram post, aren't you? Yeah. You're a 1488 Rise Again 1488. Yeah. What's up, man? Haha, not much. Just hate black people. How about you? Do you want this hot dog? I don't know how to cook hot dogs. It's just a hot dog. Like it's cold. Yeah. Yeah, classic rock. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck you talk about with these people.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Cloud.
Proud Boys first Antifa highlights plus leaked Breonna Taylor footage. What the fuck is this? This isn't live. Wrong video. I meant this one. Yeah. Want to try fucking second swing there, buddy? There we go. Man, they're really just That is not 720p. Just out here doing their best. You missed the irony of them blasting Born in the USA? Yeah. Dude, didn't they play Born in the USA during like a bunch of Republican candidates' nominations or something? Didn't like Trump play Born in the USA back in 2016? That song is Reagan did as well. Yeah. Or was it? Reagan famously did. Yeah, that song is like a famous criticism of the United States and American exceptionalism. Yeah, and Vietnam, and yeah, it's just
of slightly
What the fuck am I looking at?
miles north of downtown Portland in a place called Delta Park.
I like that.
Right now. Here, let me go ahead and kind of fix my screen.
There you go.
a little bit.
We got your 6, boys.
There we go.
Is this like,
right.
is this conservative
We are the
VTuber?
BLM scum. We have not seen them, but one of their supporters is out filming around Delta Park. The Proud Boys have kicked Bear Gang Media out of Delta Park, and he's just kind of wandering around Portland right now in a drug psychosis. I guess he just got his methadone fixed.
Ew, you're a Viking.
And so he's just kind
Interesting.
of wandering around crying about how nobody likes him.
Interesting. I thought these were an apolitical, non-racist group. It's that's an interesting one. Is this even live, or is this just like a live VTuber?
You're gonna bring a gun?
Now, the stream we're watching is just bouncing around. It's in Natick, Massachusetts right now.
Call the police. Can you call the police?
Something just happened at a pro-Trump rally here in Natick, Massachusetts, while we're waiting on the Proud Boys.
Okay, so I don't know what's going on here with conservative VTube. Let's try a Facebook link, huh?
All right, let me flip this around, see if anybody's got any.
Here we go. Oh.
Why have the Statue of Liberty holding 2 guns? Well, if you look at my logo too, you guys, which I've had for a number of years, or I'll make sure you guys can see it. It's in the corner over here.
Yep,
That
that's
also
the
has
Statue of Liberty
in
holding
it.
2 guns.
And what I wanted to do is for all the people who restream feeds, be able to see who's restreaming my feed. So I'm actually a marketing guy in my day job, and so I actually designed that bottom image there because it's Liberty, and that's what the Statue of Liberty represents.
Okay, so this guy's plugging his graphic design
in
business.
gun rights, so that's no surprise if you look at my page. And so there it is. I don't believe that puts me on either side. However, I think that the theory of liberty and believing in liberty, and then also gun rights, should be bipartisan issues, you know. And the fact that they are made to be partisan issues just goes to show how controversial people take so much in society.
Wait, I want to hear this guy's take.
Such as the Statue of Liberty, and then firearms can be made to classify you as one side or the other.
I don't care anymore. Hold on. Let me. I'm gonna do one last search for a live feed on YouTube, if possible. And if we can't find that, then we're going to we're gonna move on. Okay, get him on and debate him. Oh God. If I could do, listen, guys. If it weren't for the fact that I'm probably on fucking Adam Waterman hit lists. Okay, I would absolutely be out there debating people on the streets. Okay, but I'm not. I am, so we're not. Okay, we're gonna chill. Okay. They got to get into my Discord. Listen, my arena is vosh.gg/discord, okay? Hold on. YouTube Live. Fuck, how do I search for this again? Proud Boys. Filter. Live. There we go. Proud Boys versus Antifa Live.
He needs to go to jail.
You need to go to jail. Nobody hit you. Help me.
Yeah.
Wait, is this the VTuber?
Down Portland right now in a...
This fucking guy! What are the commenters saying? Soy boy alert. Haha, got him. Trump says smashing the like button and subscribe. Bang on the notification bell. Join the team. Fuck yeah. Can't believe Trump said that.
Now you want the police. Yeah.
I don't know what's happening here. Godspeed. What else do we got? Live protests.
Why did this thing turn off?
Oh shit. This guy's like in the Bat Cave. Holy fuck. Look, he's got the panopticon. He's looking at everything. He sees all.
I just really hope no one gets hurt, you know? Well, we won't, our rules and yeah.
I'm in.
We're fine. Throw something at us. Yeah.
Looks like we're still not getting much in the way of action, which is probably the best possible outcome here. Here's the one we were just looking at. Wait! Are they moving out?
Yeah, get off the line then.
Wait, hold on.
He threw something out the window. I got it on film.
We are not coming. Hey, give him space.
And I have no problem with that. That's why I wanted to put those things on there.
Is that not live?
So you guys can see I have my...
Okay.
Hey, we do not act like that. Calm down.
Wait, here we go.
Have a good day.
What are they?
Hey, back the fuck up.
One thing that I want to dispel is the myth that the Patriot Prayer or like the Proud Boys are like working class white people. That is not true. These people come equipped with thousands of dollars in tactical gear, and they come from across the state, indicating they don't need to get time off from work. And a lot of these people are holding cameras that cost thousands of dollars. These people are not fucking working class individuals. They're upper middle class suburbanite white boys who are fucking terrified of BLM marching in to I don't know, eat them or something.
Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa!
Fuck Antifa!
Fuck you! Fuck Antifa! American piece of garbage! Fuck Antifa! Kill our buddy, you piece of shit! You back up! Fucking kill our buddy! Fuck Antifa! I'm a shit! Fuck any of you! Fuck Antifa!
Let's stop! Let's stop! Let's stop!
Hey, based commentator down here, fuck anti-fascists, so then fascism is okay? Down here in the bottom right, I think my camera's blocking it. Based Tyler coming out here with the incisive criticism. True! Wait. Okay.
Patriots are up for one
Wait, is that
day.
all gas, no brakes?
We take over Portland. One day. One day.
I do.
Wait, that looked just like all gas, no brakes.
Having a peaceful protest.
That was his suit color and his hair.
Do you live in Portland? You live in a You belong here. Let's go talk. All right. Let us know. Everybody leave us alone. We're going to walk away. Everybody go away.
This guy is like pulling aggro. Holy shit, the guy with the helmet?
Is it the no knock?
Where's the all gas, no brakes guy?
Hey, let them go talk.
I'm going to go ahead and respect the wishes and let them go talk.
Hey! Whoa, what?
I'll hang back and show you guys.
Yeah, that's him, right there. Here. That's all gas, no brakes. The guy with the tan suit.
The one gentleman from the Proud Boys wants to talk with the other gentleman they're asking to leave. It looks like he's probably a member of press.
They're all just following one guy.
For some reason being associated with Antifa. I missed that portion of it. But they are trying to go have a conversation over here with that gentleman.
Is he live streaming? No, I don't think he live streams his interactions. What the hell is going on? So if I understand this properly, it looks like a journalist who is associated in some way with Antifa is attracted. Oh, hold on.
Did you just come to watch, or? I just came to feel out the event, yeah.
Is that what he did?
No.
Okay.
He was
going around. You wanted to
I didn't do anything. I walked around in a bunch of
Monkus.
militant guys started pushing me and shoving me out of the
Let's go party. Come on.
Walking around. Doxing with a GoPro.
Yeah, that's all gas, no brakes.
Fucking mask off.
It's not on.
Now it's not.
Take my mask off. Hey guys.
Ooh, that's not a
You're all
good.
giving him the attention he wants. Fuck this dude. Walk back and leave his ass alone.
Hey, let's go. Let's go.
One motherfucker. One dude. Hey, like, give room, give room.
Are they all just like following him? How can he leave if they're all just following him? They're like, dude, get this guy away from us. And they're all like swarming him.
Yeah, he's
No matter where I walk, this guy is always next to me. Like, yeah, what they're doing is they're waiting for him to make a mistake. Turn the stream volume down a little. There. This guy's like drawing aggro from the whole fucking crowd, which is really, really funny. How fucking funny would it be if all the Proud Boys that come out here from all the states, whatever, and it's just 2 hours of them following one fucking guy in a helmet around? You know what I mean? They're bored, is what they are. They're mad. They're not here. They're not getting the blood they want. So they found one guy, and they're like, and they're like a fucking bull seeing red. You know?
That's nice of you.
They're just following him.
What you did to me, I've never gotten revenge for.
What? Wait!
Because we're not vindictive people. You got 500 death threats.
I didn't share any personal
You
information about
posted
you.
a video that didn't show I was the victim. I
What?
was the victim.
So what about all the video people
What?
we're getting right now? Is that what is it? What's that?
That's irrelevant. We're talking about I was victimized. I'm an old lady.
Facebook!
Who cares?
So when it was he has the right to self-defense.
I wasn't there for that. I just got video of somebody online.
So if I'm understanding this appropriately, link in chat. Do we have a better link? Oh, well, there's a link to my thing in chat. So if I understand this appropriately, the old lady is mad because the guy might have filmed somebody who ended up getting death threats? Hey. Wait, why are we... 1%er Vosh can't afford good internet. I'm sorry, Gustavo. Do you think it's my internet that's fucking up right now, or do you think it's Facebook?
All right.
What?
I like the way you roll, sir.
I can't do these fucking multi-streams, dude. This is impossible for me to look at. Bear Gang Media is the black dude with the dreads. And here's another clip from Black Dude Media. We've been looking at liberty-loving Indy, who looks like he's now just getting his own face. We saw United Media Group. Old woman bottom left. Well, I can't just click to zoom there. This isn't the future. Did I say Black Dude Media? Bear Gang Media. I'm sorry. Controlling the narrative. This is the one with the audio on.
Woo.
He asked you some questions about editing and stuff.
Okay. Boring. Okay. It looks like we've exhausted all of the immediately available content. Hopefully we'll get a good all gas, no brakes episode out of this. Old lady feed. Oh, never mind.
So, when they get angry, they can do whatever they want. They can loot,
True.
They can burn down cities. They can murder people.
True.
But we can't stand here and exercise our First Amendment right.
Well, actually, when we do any of those things, we get arrested. When we loot or burn or kill people, it's against the law and we get arrested. And when you break the law, you get arrested. And that's how that works.
For fear that some little shit is going to come over here and do that? Lawful, really? Like all you guys are all lawyers now? All the commies on here. A bunch of lawyers. A bunch of friggin' lawyers.
It's like she's answering to me.
We are keeping up the fight. Look at the mayor's going over there. Look, Alex is triggered. Alex and Aaron are triggered.
They accused me of pepper spraying the guy.
Who did?
The cop.
Oh, the cop pepper sprayed him?
No, he accused me of doing it.
Oh.
And I was standing about 6 feet away. He's going, oh, pepper spray, and crying. I was 6 feet away from him. Oh, sorry. 6 feet away from him.
Yes. Yes.
True.
I don't need a lawyer. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, he pushed me, and I reached out and I grabbed him, his shirt tore. Well, that's too bad for him.
He did push you.
He pushed me.
But why should he come to us?
I don't know.
Why should he come to us?
Why are they live streaming this?
Little guy's crying like a baby now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's crying like a baby. So, right, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Too bad, commie, that you don't like us here. Too bad. I think he's still around. The guy that got hit with the in the head.
What?
Is he with Tanya? The one that got hit in the head with the car door?
What?
Which one?
He had the American flag shirt on. The American flag.
Oh, does he have a Marines hat on
I think
too?
they're still around. Yeah, really? Really? They got to do the song, right? Triggered. Listen, we're not taking this anymore. We are not taking this anymore. Too bad if you don't like when we hold a Trump flag or an American flag or a back the blue flag.
What are you talking about?
Too bad. Look at all these people, right? Here's what I think is interesting. All of you commies here who make fun of people's ages, what about your father, your mother, and your grandparents? Really? Do you say those things to them?
If they were Trump supporters,
Do you say those
yeah.
things to them? Do you say to them, can't wait until you're dead, like you say to Trump supporters? Do you say that? That's what I want to know. So when you look at your grandfather, right, are you going to cry when he dies? How would he feel if he knew that you were saying that to older people? How would he feel? Right? Yeah, because the strangers are yelling at us. Too bad. We don't care anymore.
This is some hardcore Karen shit, okay? I feel like I'm just making fun of dementia at this point. All right, let's chill. By the way, I do love it when conservatives go on this tirade, like, we're not going to take it anymore. We're tired of you not liking it when we put Trump flags up. Wait, what do you mean? So we can't complain? What happened to the First Amendment? The implication is that, like, the police are on our side and they let us get away with crimes, but when Trump supporters do legal things, the police crack down on them, which is such an unbelievably deranged perspective on the relationship the police have to different political groups. Yeah. This is a racist radio host.
New at 11, a now former radio host up in New Hampshire facing controversy after going live on Facebook, verbally attacking a landscaping crew. NBC 10's Kat Sotnick has the response from the community and the radio host tonight.
It is America. It is America. You should be speaking English.
Diana Ploss, a now former radio show host for WSMN in Nashua, New Hampshire, goes on a racist tirade seen here on Instagram.
It's still English. It's English. 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 Is anybody here illegal?
Ploss broadcasting herself on Facebook Live last week, verbally attacking a landscaping crew on Main Street in Nashua.
Why are you wearing a mask?
A man having lunch nearby then tries to intervene.
He's a black man And he's going to protect the brown man.
An online petition circulated to have Kloss fired from her show. WSMN has now fired her, saying, quote, "We at WSMN value freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and assembly. We will not tolerate discrimination, racism, or hatred."
Just doing their job, just working, you know, and speaking to each other.
This is fucking amazing, dude. Every fucking Trump supporter rally is like a fucking Where's Waldo of the worst people in the country. It's incredible.
We're sick of you people. We are sick of you people.
Now we know why she's here at the rally. She got fucking fired. She has nothing better to be doing.
Car, and then he came all the way over. Then he did the "I'm coming back" and made the gesture that he's coming back with the gun. That's what he did. That's what he did. Yeah, that's what he did. Yeah, you can't do that. That's a threat. That is a threat. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, he did put his hand in his pocket like he had a gun.
He tapped it like he was coming back with a gun.
I mean, we didn't see a gun, but it looked like it.
No, but he did it. He said, "I'm coming back." And
yeah, but he didn't say nothing about a gun.
But he gestured like he was coming back with the gun. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, it does.
That's all I'm saying.
That's all.
Go back to school.
Yeah, no, we don't call the Mass GOP. Yeah. Yeah. We're sick. We are sick of these commies. We are so sick of them. And yes, we are not giving, I'm not giving any information to the police. I'm sorry. Not giving any information. Not giving any information.
Zero. No black crimes over there.
Nope. Yep. No, they don't. They do not. Hello? Hello, Paula Bacon, Trump Smith.
Is she talking to people in chat? Can I get in on this?
A few years ago? Really, Michael? Michael, get your facts straight and speak English
you guys
in America.
are ruining it. Don't ruin it.
You speak English in America when you're working. You speak English in America. Get a grip. Get a grip. Look at this one. Look at this.
Another triggered.
Look at this.
Totally triggered.
Why are you here, Dawn? Gonna get my coffee.
Okay.
So, Dawn, why are you here? Right, all the trolls are here.
Okay. The reason why I did this wasn't just to fucking lolcow inspect all the people going to the rally. I was actually trying to follow the potential threat moving around. I think we have moved past that point. And at this point we are now just laughing at this woman. Not to say that's necessarily a bad thing.
Oh, you did?
Mike.
Okay, perfect. Did you just take their place? Please. Is that what happened? Oh, yeah. The Proud Boys were surrounding me, and now you're here, and they're gone. Him, Where'd they all go?
I'm not listening, officer.
No, they just disappeared. We got one Proud Boy. So they agreed that if you stay right here... Skirted. Okay, they skirted. It was John, right? Yeah. John worked...
Wait a second. Holy shit. I just realized. Covering this has gotten a lot of MAGA hats in my fucking YouTube chat. Hey, if any of you guys want to tell me what a fucking degen commie I am to my face, you got to get in the Discord, okay? I want that fresh content, okay? Listen, I'll stop making fun of these Proud Boys if you come up here and you be a Proud Boy to my face, okay? Loud and proud, all right? That's what I want you guys. All you people screeching about Trump in there, all right? Put your fucking mouth where your money is, okay? And get in the fucking Discord.
Apparently. But, sorry guys, this is actually a very old friend of mine. I know we're on opposite sides of the fence and
Money where your mouth is.
Anyway, I love you though. I don't care that we have a lot of different problems right now, and I'm really sorry that it's gone this far, but you and I both knew where it was going.
Yeah, like, I'm sad for all the violence, but like, you know, I'd love to argue with you all day, because you see how
you and I are sparrers. Yeah, he and I do spar online, and then I call Unicorn, and he gives me a pass for my unicorns. No, it goes all kinds of ways, but...
You be safe today.
We're non-engagement with that. We're not going over there. We're going to have it.
I think that's sweet. You know, you battle online, but then you meet in person, you give each other some hugs. I think that's sweet. I mean, it's worthless because these people still want to deprive us of our rights, but it's still, you know.
And now it's just open space. So what we wanted to do is be able to come together in a non-engagement way, be able to educate. We have some presenters here, and then after that, we will be doing a car caravan. And when we go out of here, we're gonna take a right out of here and go straight on the interstate. If there are people that didn't get here by cars or anything or vehicles, we have shuttle buses that are available. They fit 15 per bus. Make sure you got your mask on because of COVID and stuff. But I really appreciate y'all being out here. We're gonna start this presentation.
Wait, is COVID real?
The presenters have about 10, 15 minutes, you know what I'm saying, per person. And we're gonna get this started. I appreciate y'all being out here.
Dude, how sick would it be if Twitch had an interactable element and you could choose which of these screens to get audio from? Holy fuck, we would all be like Batman. Right now, only the person controlling the screen can direct the audio sources. But what if you could hook them up to like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? What if you could hook them up to like a dozen channels and like you could like put them in and connect them to given like area boxes on the screen, and you could click on them, and that'd be like super fucking intensive to do. Like it'd be really difficult to code and implement and everything, but holy fuck, that'd be cool.
So this piece right here is by Mr. Ed Washington, who's a Danport survivor and civic leader who continues to make our Danport.
That's what the guy who's running the channel is doing, Vosh. Yeah, but he has an individual setup, making that accessible and modular to thousands of people watching simultaneously while managing all those separate channels through the output to the stream is much more difficult. We're entering the zone. Streams. Woke live, sorted alphabetically by location. Holy shit, okay. Are all these live right now? Okay, all these are live right now. Wait, this is actually useful as fuck. Holy shit. News, protester, YouTube, Facebook. A ton of them are on Facebook. These are from all over the place. Germany. These are all the Oregon ones. That's Liberty Loving Indie. It's actually really useful. Holy shit. That's Bear Gang Media. I recognize these ones. Nothing but the best takes today, folks.
This world, God, you promised that you work good in all things for those who love you. Let's
get this man around right here.
I think they were all praying.
Look at this. Everybody look around right now. This is not beautiful or what?
Yes, that is beautiful.
We gotta take a picture.
So we had a couple harrowing, weird moments.
God damn, we look good, right?
Joe Biggs thinks we're sexy. We are sexy. Joe is right. Joe is right. We're all so sexy.
Get our good side, man.
Chandler, where you
Gotta feel good about yourself. That's important.
All right.
Oh, okay. All right, let's do this.
What are we doing? Jesus Christ. Jesus fuck. Holy shit. Mind virus. Get me the fuck out of there. Holy shit. They just put the mic up to the speaker for that one? Like they touch tips? Jesus Christ.
Right now, there exists a lot of forces that want to shift the narrative away from Black lives, right? People in the White House administration.
Okay, so this is the counter-protest group that's at an adjacent park about 3 miles away, I think.
You've got these far-right extremist fascist groups. You've got people in this city right, who want to talk about anarchy. They want to talk about property destruction and violence and things that are not about black lives. And I want us to remember why we are here and stay centered on the message. Stay centered on the message. Centered on the fact that black lives matter and why black lives matter. And
True. Okay, but we're not here to look at people we agree with, are we? Okay. Malcontentment tango? Nope.
My parents.
Same counter protest. We only have so many from Oregon. We saw Bear Gang, Malcontentment. We saw Maureen Peltier. There's Bear Gang Media as well. Liberty Love and Indie. We've seen that one plenty. And then we have the Michael D. Adams, which I think was part of the mega list that they had.
25 years old, and I grew up in the South.
Same counter protest.
My parents.
Okay. All right. We're done with this for now. At the moment, it looks like there has been no violent engagement, which is the best possible outcome. The best possible outcome would be eventually the police coming in and issuing citations to people for the Proud Boys for violating their lack of a permit, you know? The COVID, what have you. That'd be the best possible thing. Hopefully, there's no violence. That's my point. Of course, I can't even make this a YouTube segment because by the time I release it, it's going to be outdated. So I'm going to say, like, hopefully there's no violence, and in 2 hours somebody's going to get shot, and I can't even release that because then it's like, oh, well. So, I'm doing it anyway. Okay, listen. So if anything bad happens after this, okay, let it be known that my optimism was at the time well-founded. Okay? At the time. All right. Get them out of here. And you know who should get in here? Where are the MAGA hats? You bring in the Discord? We got any pussies lining up? Any beta males, perhaps? Bring them in here. Bring them in here. Let me see. View your server as any role. Discord, stop updating. Nobody cares. Okay. General VC. Is it Cucker time or Dono time? If there are people waiting, it's those people's times. Do we have anyone in here who's waiting? Do we have any confirmed people who are in the Discord? No confirmed people? What the fuck are you people in YouTube chat talking about? You fucking losers. You fucking losers. Jimmy. Jimmy, you're talking a lot of shit. You want to get in here? Absolute weaklings. Jimmy, where you at? Jimmy's in line? Is that true? Hold on. Never tell when you people are leading me on. What's your Discord? People in chat are linking my Discord. It's like vosh.gg/discord gets you a current link, I think. Beta mail. Well, if you are in the Discord and you do want to argue, just message me. I'm in the top right. I'm Vosh, obviously. I'm at the top of the server. Just right-click, message me, and we'll go from there, okay? While I'm waiting on that, I'll do some donos, because that seems like a reasonable thing to do in the absence of any big boys who want to talk. WAPO has an official live stream of Portland. We'll probably check in on it towards the end of the stream. Let's catch up with some donos and see if anyone messages. Thano and Sam D and Not Near Normal, thank you all so much for the incredibly kind gifted Tier 1 sub. Low Rent Tech Guy, thank you for the Tier 1 sub. And then Methaldu and the Gay Comradette, with both of you with the gifted Tier 1 subs. I appreciate those both very much. Yes, Dark Samus, I plan on talking about that in the near future. What is this link? A different kind of baby? What on earth is this link? Is this a German website? His guinea pigs. I used to own guinea pigs. I had 2 of them. They're lovely pets. Very stupid. Unbelievably stupid. But very, very cute. I love them very much. They eat their own poo, which is kind of gross. But they're otherwise very, very cute. Aaron, thanks for the 602. I love you, buddy. Nothing to worry about. And Sake with a very kind $10. Even if we just removed all police for a day, wouldn't that be a net benefit? All the communities that are over-policed and forced into crime get relief? No, I think that the removal of police or the de-emphasization of police is very much a long-term benefit with immediate short-term consequences. If people knew there were no police, like, there would be immediate crime sprees. I think that the potential benefits are much more of a long-running, possibility. Deism accountant with the incredibly kind $20 given to me over the course of 3 donations. Opinion on Renegade Cut. I think he comes off as high and mighty, especially in his criticism of the new Star Wars trilogy that could win over folks like world-class bullshitters who are very critical of Disney's market concentration, so they could definitely be won over via market socialism. I can explain more in detail if we can chat live on stream. My Discord's Wayward Traveler Fart. Well, I don't really know that much about Renegade Cut, so I don't feel much interest in debating their, the viability of their opinions. They're a YouTuber that I've been meaning to look into for a while, though, so maybe eventually I'll have an opinion on them. But yeah, it's not really something I'm looking to argue about. True, Mr. Joestar. Ah, yes. Saturdays are made for dads. And Dad's car. I remember that one. Addie with a very kind $20. Very important KFC or MCD. What the fuck is MCD? Oh, McDonald's. Oh, you capitalized all the... You capitalized the C, which made it hard for me. KFC is significantly better than McDonald's. Like, significantly. By a huge margin. But KFC is much worse than many other. Chipotle is better. You know what's really good? That the sleeper hit? Baja Fresh. I always thought Baja Fresh's food was good, you know? It's a little overpriced for the stuff they're throwing out there, but it feels like they don't fuck with it, you know what I mean? Like, if you get Baja Fresh taco or whatever, you get a fucking tortilla, you get chicken, you get cheese, you get beans, and you get some spices. And that's it. They don't do any crazy liquefy the chicken, reform it into a patty. Yeah, so just in my opinion. All right, we have a couple of people who look like they want to argue. My favorite. All right, hold on. A couple. Fry Shake Wad. You're in Vosh voice, it seems, so let me see. Five Guys is the shit, though. Five Guys is the shit, but holy fuck is their food greasy. Holy fuck is Five Guys. Listen, I don't normally mind food that's like a little bit more greasy than it needs to be. Whatever. Like, if it's pizza, you can dap it with a napkin or whatever. But Five Guys is like, holy shit. They just a bucket of grease. I really do wish they just like drained it for a little while longer, or like put the patties between some paper towels for like 10 seconds before putting it on the bun. I don't know. Five Guys is too expensive, though. Yeah, well, it's not really like fast food priced, you know? I'd say it's probably the best burger and the best fries you're going to get that are considered fast food, but you're not paying fast food prices. All right. Yo, what's up?
What up?
I don't know.
You called me out, so I felt obligated.
Wait, are you Freddie or Teddy or whatever their name is?
No, not in YouTube chat.
Jimmy. Wait, who did I call out then?
I'm just one of the mega chuds, I guess.
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Just watching this stream.
Nice. So you're not? Are you rooting with the Proud Boys, or are you just more of a general pro-Trump fan?
I would say the Proud Boys are. I don't know. I'm not with them, I would say.
Well, that's good.
I would think that they're the equivalent of what I would assume Antifa is for a lot of people on the left, and tend to give people tend to give that side a bad look.
I don't suppose I could sell you on Antifa, could I? What do you think the odds of that are?
The odds of you selling me on the organization or the term being anti-fascist?
Yeah, let's say well, it's not really an organization. Let's say the practice of Antifa, showing up at counter protests and
like
black
being
outfits.
Part of their little whatever you have to get from them to join their little groups, right?
Well, you don't have to do much. Back when I was in college, I did some work with I don't know. There's no term for it that doesn't sound LARPy. Like, not division. I don't know. Just people of similar interest. And a lot of it was
a little social group.
Yeah, Yeah, like a social club, like a book club, but, you know, with even less of an organizational characteristic. Most of it was just food running, though. Well, things weren't as tumultuous back then. Like, there weren't protests every day the way there are now, so.
Right.
Yeah,
I suppose.
But it was like moving food around. There was stuff we did for the homeless, you know. Fascism takes many forms, you know. You gotta stay on top of that shit. People not being able to eat, also fascism. It's pretty cringe.
Yes, I would agree. Well, then where do you stand on them sort of, and their people that are in that sort of group? I won't say Antifa as an organization, but what about them sort of shutting down people's ability to voice their opinions?
What do you mean by that?
Typically when I see, you know, videos, we'll just say that, of like Antifa debating or, you know, having a discussion, it just turns into a shouting match of ad homs.
Yeah.
And then,
well, at a protest, you're never going to have like a proper debate, right? Like even with the best intentions, like if you go to a protest, you're never going to get a good back and forth. It's usually just going to be shouting slogans over a shield wall.
So then what are they protesting for?
Well, usually Antifa shows up to counter protest like a fascist organization. So a lot of people's opinions on Antifa were cemented back with like the Milo Yiannopoulos shit, because they were associated with stuff at Berkeley and some other attempts to like shut down campus presentations. But most of what they've been doing is just like, if a group like the Proud Boys or Patriot Prayer or other groups that are pretty overtly fascist show up in an area, they like to show up and counter protest. I don't necessarily think Antifa does a great job of repping the left, because I think America's not in a position to see their actions as legitimate or justified. So maybe some, I don't know, optics work could be done. But in terms of like their sentiment, I think for the most part, they're pretty on point.
I would think some of them are, sure. And I think some of them have this like righteous vision of what they want. But at the same time, you have people that just, I mean, maybe they're not Antifa. Maybe they just claim that they are, and they're anarchists, and they're just there to start shit. But it seems like Antifa doesn't have a problem with that.
Well, I mean, it's really hard to say, because again, there are no card-carrying Antifa members or anything, but generally, I think wanton destruction is really frowned upon, whether you're talking about like liberal BLM types or Antifa types. I've never, certainly with the people that I've spoken to, I've never seen somebody who was just like, yeah, dude, just fucking burn it all down. Usually, the most aggressive Antifa types are more about like directing property damage against like cop cars and stuff like that, which I think is a little more defensible conceptually than torching private businesses. The arson and looting tends to be done sort of stochastically by the feisty people in like a given neighborhood. I can't tell, like, I don't know if they're associated with Antifa, but generally I don't think it's really a good thing. I think we shouldn't focus on it too much, though. Like the property damage done by BLM and all the associated riots and all that pales in comparison to the damage done to these communities through like more systemic means. So I'd rather focus on the big picture, you know?
Okay, I hear that, but at the same time, like listening to some of your other streams or maybe like debates with Destiny, it seems like you were very adamant about Kyle Rittenhouse, even just him being there, sort of enticing violence from other people. And don't you see where Antifa does that same exact thing?
Yeah.
Whether or not they want to.
It depends on the context of their arrival, right? I think there's a big difference between Antifa showing up alongside like a protest, like a BLM protest, and like militia groups moving to other areas to wander the streets with open carry guns. I think there's a big difference there with like the implicit threat of violence, you know?
So if Kyle was concealed carrying, he would have been okay.
I think Kyle concealed carrying probably would have lessened the perceived threat level, yeah. The last thing that you want to do at protests like this is escalate violence, because if you do, things quickly cascade into like a reciprocal chain of justified violence, and a bunch of people get hurt, and the law typically comes down in your guys' favor, because cops and the DA tend to be a little bit more punitive towards like Antifa or anarchist types. So it's generally not in our best interest to exacerbate violence, especially to a lethal level. Yeah, but I would say if he was concealed carrying, I would probably be a little more sympathetic. I don't think much of people who open carry to like exacerbate the threat level there. Did you really quickly? I know I talked for a bit. Early on in the BLM protests in Seattle, there was a clip that went around where a BLM guy got a gun that was out of a police car, and he was immediately disarmed by a bodyguard of a journalist. And I thought that was a very responsible thing for that bodyguard to do, because the last thing you want at these protests is some dumb fuck wandering around with a rifle, you know, just needlessly escalating violence, accomplishing nothing. I thought that was a good thing.
But that guy was open carrying.
Well, he stole the gun from a cop car, so I mean, I guess that's
he was a security, and he was open carrying before he had that gun.
The one who stole the gun.
No, the one who took the gun from the guy who stole the gun.
Oh
was
yeah,
open carrying.
Oh yeah. I'm more fine with that. He was acting as a bodyguard. I think that I trust him more than a random civilian to
Well, what
exercise.
if Kyle thought he was a bodyguard? What if he was security? You know, he thought he was security in the same sort of way.
Well,
maybe he wasn't hired.
He was a militia guy. There's a bodyguard is an employee. He has a job to perform. There's security training and background checks you have to go through. He was a 17-year-old. He illegally had that gun. Like, the degree of like social responsibility was just not there, you know?
So would you say him, let's say he's from Wisconsin, right? Or no, he's from Illinois. And I understand, is like a avid gun enthusiast, right?
Sure.
So I would assume he knows how to handle his weapon.
But you gotta know there's a difference. A 17-year-old showing up with an illegal firearm to act as a militia group at a protest is very, very different from a bodyguard who's contractually obligated to defend like their employer. I think there's a huge difference there when it comes to the like reasonable understanding of a person's like level of responsibility and knowledge of their firearm use.
All right.
Like, wouldn't you agree? Like, I don't know. If I was at a protest or something, my reaction would be completely different if I saw like a guy in a suit holding a gun standing next to a journalist versus like a guy in militia gear just wandering around. Just even if we're ignoring like him being 17, you know, the difference there is massive. One of those people I know is fulfilling their job. They have a contractual obligation to use that firearm to defend their contract. Like that, it's very different to me.
Okay, so if let's say he's 18 and he was in some sort of agency where he was security, he was hired security, then it would be okay.
Yeah, well, if it was his job, then I would certainly treat it differently. Yeah, I don't necessarily think that would change like the legal context of his case for self-defense. But I do think that it would change the degree of responsibility that he had to be there, his level of justification. I think that traveling like to a protest to act as a militia is a very, very, very high level of like instigatory threat, you know, that I frown upon with a very severe expression on my face.
But at the same time, I could say that about the violent people of Antifa.
Sure, if they showed up to antagonize with like open carry, yeah, I would agree with that. But Antifa doesn't just show up to wander the streets during Proud Boy rallies. Like, you don't see Antifa doing that. They don't show up with guns and then just wander the street wishing a motherfucker would. Antifa don't bring guns. They stick together and they stick with the broader counter protest, which definitely changes the relationship they have to like threat escalation.
So the guy that where was it, in Portland, who shot that guy, he wasn't out looking for that, or was he not Antifa?
Oh no, that guy totally could have been Antifa. I saw the clips of that. I don't know whether or not he has a legitimate self-defense case. He's dead now, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. I don't know if we're going to get more information out of it. There's no reason to investigate now that both of the people involved in the incident are dead. But assuming that wasn't a justified act of self-defense, which is very possible, I'd say that was bad, yeah. But I don't think that's representative of Antifa as a whole. And I can condemn that guy, just like you can condemn Kyle Rittenhouse, while recognizing that there was a difference with the broader tendencies of the movement. I think that the Proud Boys encourage that kind of behavior. In their group chats, they talk about killing people. They were the group was founded on political violence, whereas Antifa has always been about resisting fascism. There's a different tendency amongst their, members.
Well, yeah, like I said, I'm not like a Proud Boy, little toady or whatever they're called, but so I don't know too much about like their history or what they really stand for, other than what I see on videos. But to me, it seems very, very much like Antifa, where it's like we see Antifa, punch an Antifa, or we see a Nazi punch a Nazi. That whole thing.
Yeah, I think that's how it looks to a lot of people. I don't mean that diminutively. One of the things, I mean, when you're actually on the ground, the difference is pretty pronounced. When it comes to the people on the right's like open advocacy for like murder and violence, or when it comes to the fact that Antifa generally don't bring firearms, or they tend to stay in blocks as opposed to wandering as individuals, which increases the threat level massively. If you wander as an individual, the likelihood of an altercation is way higher than if people stick to their groups. But there are differences. I think, like, on the whole, we have to recognize that protests tend to get really, really dicey, and sometimes you have to step back and look at, like, the broader intention. And I know that if I look at the average Antifa member, it's probably going to be some, like, college kid who's fucking hopped up on Ritalin, but who really cares about this country and about fascism, about the well-being of their compatriots. But when it comes to the Proud Boys, like, these motherfuckers are out here 1350ing each other in their group DMs. I don't think much of the character or the intention of these people, which makes me, I guess, look at their actions a lot more skeptically.
So you're going, Proud Boys is a group, right?
Well, yeah, they're an
organized group, and Antifa is not.
Well, they're not. Yeah, no, there are like, I mean, different cities have different like chapters, I guess, but there's no top-down structure or organization. There's no way to distinguish between a member and a non-member. It's like a social group, like highly decentralized.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could get some of that, but it doesn't seem like that. It doesn't always appear like that to me.
No, I get that. I mean, yeah, it's kind of.
I'm not down on the ground in it, obviously, but from what I'm seeing, they're both very comparable groups that are on the sort of fringes of each side. And I feel like they're both just painting their side, so people are like, "Oh, look at that! Look at Antifa doing that," or "Oh, look at the Proud Boys doing that." Well, and it shuts down any discussion.
I guess I've made my argument.
Point to extremes.
I guess I've made my argument for how they're different. I mean, intentionality matters a lot here. I think when you look at the leadership of the Proud Boys, these people are largely white nationalist groups. There were some DMs, I think I retweeted this just today, of the former like head lawyer of the Proud Boys who was on Twitter like posting like nooses, like lynching nooses, to black people, calling them N-words and stuff like that. These people are essentially like Klanners, just a little bit dressed up for the modern millennium. Whereas most Antifa people, I think, are just progressive lefties who are worried about the former group. To put it another way, your average member of Antifa has something to fear from a fascist. I don't think that a fascist has anything intrinsically to fear from an anti-fascist, because the fascist can stop being a fascist, whereas a progressive, I mean, they can't necessarily stop being, gay, trans, an immigrant, a person of color, a woman. Those characteristics that they're impugned for are associated with their birth and their identity. Whereas you can always stop being a bad person. You can always drop the hood,
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'm not trying to fucking paint a soliloquy. I appreciate you coming on. By the way, I really do. I guess I'll go probably argue with some of the other folks in my DMs. Is there any meme that you want to hit us with on the way out?
No, not really. No.
Gotcha. Well, I love you.
I'm glad to talk to you. It was interesting. All right.
Have a wonderful day, okay?
All right, you too.
Bye.
Bye.
That was chill as hell, okay? Listen, I'm here for that shit sometimes. All right. Oh, we've got a lot of people in the DMs. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to click it through. Wolfless24, you still here? Wait, hold on. You're not an enemy. Sorry, not enemy. You're not a conversation. I love you. Elchino 915. There friend. Let's say you there, friend. See, I'm indicating, you know, right off the bat, we're on good. Nice. Let's do it.
Hello.
Howdy.
Howdy. How's it going?
I'm doing good.
Here, let me mute my stuff.
Gotcha.
All right, I'm here.
I'm happy to have you. How you doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
Pretty good. I just had a pleasant conversation with somebody who generally disagrees with me, so I'm in a good mood.
Well, that's good. I feel like he actually agreed with you more. You got him to kind of concede on certain things, didn't you?
Oh, well, I don't know if he conceded. I think that having pleasant conversations with people who disagree can be very eye-opening. But yeah, maybe I can talk to him again in the future, see if any of his perspectives change.
Well, my whole thing is, what does Black Lives Matter to you? Like, what's the goal? Where are we going?
I think it's generally about police reform and about calling attention to socioeconomic issues that kind of fuck over black folk. Obviously, the police issues take precedence because it's very easy to direct antagonism against the police, but I think the broader interest is a lot more, you know, widened scope.
Right. So it's very vague and it's hard to kind of explain to people. That's kind of the sense I get when people, because it's like, okay, cops, I can articulate a decent argument for Blue Lives Matter. Blue Lives Matter because they're being basically much like the proletariat, as you guys obsess over, they're being basically stretched thin, right? You look at an Amazon worker and you guys sympathize and simp for them, but then you look at police officers and you say, oh, these guys aren't working class. They're not part of the proletariat, you know, group. So we're going to just go ahead and criticize, even though they're the last staple of working class, union, and middle class, you know, semblance of what used to be.
So, first of all, I don't think it's necessarily difficult to describe the aims of BLM. The organization BLM has a website page where they describe their intentions, but the movement is a lot broader. But I think it's pretty easy to boil it down to one or two sentences. When it comes to cops, though, cops are, I think by anyone's definition, proletariat. That's why they're called class traitors, because they are a member of the proletariat, but they serve the interests of the bourgeois. I don't think there's necessarily a contradiction between advocating for the interests of the working class while also...
Can I push back?
Yeah,
Can I push back a little bit? So what does ACAB mean then? Why throw these slurs at police officers?
Well, ACAB's not a slur. It's
you know, fry pig or whatever, you know, fry them like bacon.
Well, they don't like cops very much. Yeah, ACAB, all cops are bastards.
So can I do the same to an Amazon worker who delivers my packages and call him a class traitor?
Do you think that ACAB is about one time a cop did a bad job of their job?
Well, do you think that because a worker has to take a job that he's contributing to like the bourgeois class because, you know, he's basically betraying us, like he's crossing picket lines?
Well,
or do you think these immigrants and people of color who are predominantly people of color just need to work and put food on the table?
Well, if you cross picket lines, you do get called mean words by us. Yeah. Breaking a picket line is one of the worst things that you can do for the working class. It demonstrates an astonishing lack of solidarity for you to interrupt other people's strike. Yeah.
So do you think that it's a better reflection of that, what you just stated, or it's a better reflection of the fact that every individual is basically internalizing their struggle that they're facing, and we're very selfish creatures by nature and science, and so survival is at the peak of our pyramid, and so these people say it sucks, I feel very bad about doing this, but at the end of the day I have to think about myself and my family.
Yeah,
and
but
I think
you could make that excuse for anyone's behavior. Usually criminals get into their shit because of a complicated weave of psychological and socioeconomic conditions that lead them to do criminal and sometimes very horrible things. You could say the same thing for Nazi soldiers. My criticism here isn't of the individual moral character of any cop. My criticism is of the position of the police or the position of scabs and the relationship to the working class.
But you understand how I'm trying to kind of build a bridge here, right? And letting you know that I can concede that with the Amazon worker just as well as I can concede that to the Blue Lives Matter folks and to the police officers who, after decades of horrible liberal and progressive policies and regulations have been stretched to cover all kinds of and respond to all kinds of things, right?
Wait. Hold on. So I can't have you erase history here. First of all, crime is at a historic low over the past 50 years, and police budgets have continued to rise. And in addition to that, much of the legislation that was intended to distribute police workforces across other departments was challenged by police unions because they wanted sole control over those activities. So the idea that it was like progressives and liberals destroying the livelihood of cops is just not the case. Cops do have tough jobs.
Wait a minute. So Joe Biden and all the Democrats and liberals who, all you guys that push regulations and policies and things like that.
We have to be specific,
right?
though.
Wait. Okay, so I'm getting to it. So you don't think that enticed the right to use those same tactics, much like they're using those tactics against Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
That is complete
That's what happened with the drug war. Nixon came in.
Wait. That is a complete non sequitur. Hold on. So policies aren't even enacted in police departments on a national level. This is very much a local jurisdiction thing. I don't know what you mean about Biden did a thing, so thus Ruth Bader Ginsburg, they do a thing. So wait, are we talking about the police or no?
We are, and that's what I'm saying is that there have been the way that Democrats have approached this has led the Republicans to use
what?
They erode. There are certain things that Democrats erode. Let me give you an example. For example, right, with this Ruth Bader Ginsburg nominee, the Democrats were the ones that got rid of certain rules that would basically have prevented this whole situation, right? The 60 vote.
The Senate. I thought there was
a pattern, and in the past,
do you know why Democrats did that?
Because obstruction. The Republicans don't want to get us our way. Wah.
No. The Republicans were literally not fulfilling their function in government. Without them lowering the threshold for them being able to appoint a Supreme Court candidate, the government would literally not be fulfilling their function. This is the issue. The only reason the Democrats did that is because the Republicans were defaulting on their responsibility as senators.
Okay, and if I even concede to that, what's the big deal then? Why are Democrats freaking out over this?
Wait, I don't know why we're talking about Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I thought we were talking about police.
The Democrats set a precedent, and that it has been shown. You say that like the police and all these rules that they have to enforce only come from local and state. That's ridiculous. The whole drug war is based on federal policies passed by legislators.
Yeah. Wait. Yes, that is true. Okay. But generally speaking, police behavior is dictated by local law. And even then, the drug war was a set of federal policies that in certain instances don't even apply to state actors. That's why in my state, I can smoke a blunt and not get in trouble for it because the police that run around are city and state police. But if I if I go into an airport, TSA can arrest me because they operate on federal law. So like, this is a very complicated subject, but I want to focus on police. So do you believe it is possible that there could be issues with the way the police function and that it might be preferable if we distributed their responsibilities to other departments?
Yes, I can get behind that to a certain point. Like I've recently I am sort of like becoming like right wing in a sense. Like I actually have come from the left, and I'm more becoming of a centrist, right? So I can agree with you on that. Like I'm not going to like LARP for like Boogie Boys or whatever here. I'm trying to make you understand that you talk about history, but you don't remember like Nixon's war on drugs. That's Democrat and Republican, buddy.
I know that. Wait. I'm sorry. Just so you know, I don't like the Democrat Party. I think that it's generally better than the Republican Party, generally speaking, but I don't like the Democrat Party at all. My goal for like defunding the police or ACAB or whatever has nothing to do with like my investment in the moral character of the Democrats. I don't like either of the political parties. I think they're both fucking useless. I just think one of them is more malicious than the other. When it comes to like the police, though, the reason lefties say ACAB isn't because they think every cop individually is a bad human. I've met like good cops, you know, like good people who had the job of police officer, but the institution of the police does a lot of harm. They left the call. Did they disconnect, or was that still here? What? I'll call again. I'm doing the call. I'm calling in. I'm going in. Join. Just sort of throwing that out there. I thought we were doing good. You know, I thought we were having a productive conversation. They said here, still here, but they're not rejoining the call. I'll give this like 30 more seconds, and then we'll talk to another person, I think. It's the same. I hope there was just a connection issue. I was rather enjoying that conversation. Debate me about corporate censorship? No. Fuck you. Oh!
Hello?
My man! What's up?
Hey.
Okay. Anyway, I don't know how much you caught.
That was on me.
No worries. I don't know how much you caught before you DC'd, but basically, I just think that there are elements of the police as an institution, not as a collection of individuals, that are irreparably damaging. And therefore, the ACAB slogan, all cops are bastards, isn't about saying every cop is individually a bad person, but is rather about, by being a cop, your institutional position, your relationship to the world, is one of a bastard, you know?
Right. Would you say that there are other positions in our society that can be equivalent to that we don't hold with such disdain?
Yeah. There. I mean, well, for example, like the stockholder, the bourgeois and landlords are both like the two other groups of people that lefties have a categorical hate for. Like higher up bankers also tend to be pretty responsible for a lot of really bad shit in cities. But it's not that every individual there is bad. It's that as a class of people, as a group, like they do a lot of harm, you know?
Yeah, and I know you wanted to talk about like the cops and all that. So let me ask you something then. Would you be okay with the movement having not solidified around Black Lives Matter and the victimization, but rather the core problem of the laws and the things that the police officers are forced to do? In other ways, it becomes more of a Blue Lives Matter because they're taking Black lives. So we're going to reform the police department in a way that helps everybody, right? Because it's not just Black lives that get killed by police officers in these incidents.
I don't think that the police are the victims here, so I don't know how effective that would be. There are issues other than Black people dying by police that are more important. Like, if you actually look at how many Black people die in the US, where that death comes from, police are not even close to like the top generally. Black on black violence is a huge issue, but black on black violence is caused by socioeconomic conditions the police perpetuate. So the reason why it focuses on the Black Lives Matter police death kind of thing is because it's very easy to center a movement around that anger. It's very easy to focus on that concern. It's about weaponizing people's hatred.
It's more lazy than easy.
No, movements have to do this. We've been fighting for civil rights in this country for 150 years. We're not going to pansy ass walk our way around.
Tell me one law, one legislation that you disagree with that overwhelmingly put the basically makes the Black American unequal to, say, a Hispanic American like myself or a white American. What law makes them unequal?
So here's the question. Are you asking which law leads to inequality, or which law specifically says, haha, Black people bad?
Yeah, more of the latter, because
then that's the issue. That's not where racism begins and ends. That's the easy racism to deal with. But when it comes to like what fucks over Black people, if you gave me some time, I could give you a list like that I could spend an entire stream listing off, from redlining and housing and banking loan development projects to the way we treat crime to the individual differentiation of like judicial sentences that are determined by the discretion of the judge, and the mandatory minimum sentencing, the 3 strikes law. There are like so many, but none of them say fuck Black people, lol. None of them are that simple. It's just about like, you know,
right.
How do you fuck over Black people without saying
African Americans? the disparity for African Americans, does it vary based on state and location? In other words, a California African American walking down the street, is he to fear his life just as much as somebody walking down in Arkansas?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, of course it varies. Yeah.
Come on, it's so liberal. It's such a liberal area.
Well, it varies, but there's always a greater risk for a black person than for a white person in most parts of this country. Yeah. Also, wait. Liberal areas are not safe for black people. I grew up in Los Angeles. That place
they
is
literally have safe zones. No. They literally have safe zones, and they're literally immigrant safe havens, right?
Wait. I'm sorry. You need to go to like Los Angeles or another like safe haven city. These places are not safe for black people or frankly any people, but definitely not black people. I don't know if you think Los Angeles is like a big safe space or something, but these cities are racked with poverty, crime, and homelessness, and a lot of that is for POC. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because I think we can agree on that, right? We can say to a certain extent, our attention needs to go to the legislators who legislate the rules and how to deal with people who break those rules. And unfortunately, the job of the police officers is to do that. Just like Amazon can pass down corporate rules, right, to their whatever company, and then the workers, the managers, they have to comply. That's their job. That's their duty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the Nazi soldiers in the Wehrmacht. Yeah, I mean, you're just following orders for like a bad institution. But sometimes the way to fight that bad institution necessarily involves fighting against the underlings of that institution. I don't think fighting Amazon warehouse employees in any way, shape, or form assists in fighting against corporate greed. But the fight for civil rights
doesn't assist.
The fight for civil rights has always been a fight against the police. All the way back from the slave days, through the Civil War, the slave patrols that were roped into the Confederate armies, all the way up to Jim Crow days, all the way up to the Civil Rights Act, the fight for civil rights has always been anti-police because the police are that wall. We have to push against that wall every single time we want to make life better for minorities. The police have always been on the wrong side of history, every single time.
Right. So when they assisted in the first African Americans going to universities mixed together with whites, those
they had to be forced to by the president. The president had to force them to because the governor wouldn't allow. That was the military, not the police. And
right, but you think that was the first incident, by the way? Like, do you think that after that, like the 3-4 decades we've passed since then, there haven't been similar positions these police officers have to be in against racists and against
wait. Police. Wait. I didn't say police never do good things. I said the boundary for fighting for civil rights has always been a fight against the police. Of course, there have been police who have done things that aren't racist. There are police officers who have investigated crimes committed against black people by white people. There are judges who sentence people for hate crimes against black people. This all happens, but pushing the envelope, making society better systemically, is a fight against the police. The police are the architects of black suffering.
Fighting the police? All right, fine. Let me ask you this then. How is fighting the police fighting systemic justice when systemic justice is handed out through the courts, not the police department?
Oh, because the police department aren't the ones who do most of this. So, first of all, a ton of the injustice committed against black people is done through police discretion. When it comes to over-policing, when it comes to stop and frisk, when it comes to violence, when it comes to shootings, these things are just on the police. Additionally, the police are the operators, the working hands of the criminal justice system. They aren't actually a part of the judicial process, but they do assist in collecting evidence. They do bring people to court. And the problem with this is, historically, the police have always been very light-handed when it comes to showing up with evidence in favor of cases which are meant to advance civil rights. The police have historically collaborated with traditionalist institutions designed to prevent civil progress. Additionally, the police have a tremendous amount of sway and autonomy when it comes to how they actually enforce these laws. Many good cops, for example, just won't bust people on petty drug charges. If you're a cop and you find a 17-year-old with like a dime bag of weed, if you're a good cop, you're not gonna fucking bust this kid. Give this kid a fucking felony conviction because they wanted to get a little bit high after they were done with their homework, but a lot of bad cops will go ahead and do it anyway. Whether or not cops are responsible for all of it, cops are the line at which we meet people. We can't protest judges. The juries are the ones that come up with the convictions. But juries are just random citizens. So we can't do that. There has to be a wall. There has to be a front. and the police show up at every protest, the police show up at every demonstration, they are that front. So pushing against them pushes against the system. That's how it worked back in the civil rights days, too.
Yeah, no, I think you make a good point there, but I would just say that, yeah, that applies to everybody, right? Like if there was a white nationalist like gathering or what have you, or I don't know, some angry Karen moms, the cops would be there to push back as well. Would you agree?
Sometimes the cops clash with right-leaning protests, but there's a lot of evidence to suggest that the cops are way more lenient when it comes to those groups. Like, keep in mind, the only time the NRA ever advocated for gun restrictions was when the Black Panther Party was open carrying outside of courthouses. The cops, the police have stood down as like far-right militiamen storm government offices and like declare their intentions to secede, you know? The cops are way more lenient with white lunatics than they are with black civil rights protesters. Historically, this has always been the case. There are a lot of the cops majority vote Trump.
They feel like that's not the case, you know, that their side doesn't feel like that's the case. They feel like, if anything, they're being too precautious with Black Lives Matter.
Well, their
protests.
side is insane, dude. Far-right movements. Wait, yeah, they're far-right protesters. Of course these people are insane. These people think their children are being indoctrinated by a Marxist cult when they're taught.
These are people who you have to live with. You have to.
I do. It fucking sucks. Yeah, they're holding our country back. Our country is like the #1 threat to global peace because of these people specifically. Yeah, but they are fucking crazy.
Yeah, and here's the thing. There probably are on both sides, right? Throwing Molotov cocktails at police officers while they're on duty, to me, doesn't seem like a class solidarity move.
Well, that really depends on how far into the protests you are. Sometimes that can be a very class solidarity move. But with that jump aside, the categorical beliefs of far-right protesters are fucking ludicrous. These people think that whites are under threat. These people think that white genocide is when you teach your children that Christopher Columbus wasn't a god given to Earth by, by the heavens. These people's priorities and understanding of the world is completely warped, so I don't really care what their perspective is. The FBI has been warning about white nationalist infiltration in local police departments for decades now. Like literally, like, holy fuck, guys.
And I'm sorry, wasn't it Donald Trump recently who's promising $500 billion to Black communities and to rebuild and a Second Step Act?
This is a complete pivot. We're talking about police, aren't we?
Basically, because you're saying that this is the man that they idolize, right? So he's the leader.
Wait. I was talking about right-leaning militias. We can't, wait. Just because I'm criticizing one element of a group doesn't mean we can jump to another related group and say, well, what about this other thing? Of course, Donald Trump is...
So all of Antifa, the people who throw Molotov cocktails, they're not Bernie Sanders either. So if you're going to hit me with that, I think it's fair.
I haven't. I would, if you were criticizing Antifa, I would never respond by saying something good about Bernie Sanders. I stick to the thing we're talking about. So the far-right militias are fucking crazy. Donald Trump is also fucking crazy, and he is a racist, undeniably. But what act are we referring to here? The Step Act? He's doing some like desperate promise to black people in an attempt to get more than 8% of the American black vote for the upcoming election. I don't think
as opposed to Joe Biden opposing busing, right? Where black people can go to like whatever school.
Wait, that was a pivot again. We're talking about Donald Trump. Yes, Joe Biden is also a racist. I don't deny that.
I mean, I'm just going with if you want to ask me a direct question, I'm not gonna like, you know.
But you keep talking about like another related thing. Listen, I'm not like a Dem supporter. I fucking hate Joe Biden. You can look at my content back during the Democratic primaries. I fucking hate Joe Biden. I do think he's funny from time to time in like a senile kind of way, but that's it, you know. I do think he's better than Trump though by a huge margin. So I'll defend him on that.
Right. So when it comes to like police brutality, I do think that there's an issue there, but I also think that, you know, it's weird that like, okay, so in urban areas, right, crime is committed disproportionately by African-American communities. Mm-hmm. So of course, the way the government works, by the way, it's silly, it's stupid. There's no cabal. These are Americans who are fat and lazy, who are sitting in these bureaucratic positions. Okay. So they are reflective and they respond without really thinking things through, right? And this happens across every government department. So that's why when they see that the crime is up in urban areas, they deploy more forces and funding to those areas.
Yeah,
and to say that racist is kind of weird to me.
Yeah, well, because the thing is that might be like a good intuitive decision, but I don't. These are elected representatives, so I'm not going to go like, oh, a fourth grader would have thought of that, so you're off the hook for the consequences of your dumb decision. As it turns out, it's not just about deploying more police to like black areas. It's the way they handle this, the broken windows policing, the disproportionate application of from search warrants to car stops to stop and frisk. These things, if you boil them all together, I don't know if the people who made these laws are racist, like personally, but I don't really care. If the outcomes are racist, that's the only thing I care about. Black people don't have to be in the position they're in today.
How is the data and the numbers? How are those showing you? Like, if we're both looking at this data, right, these charts, and we're both in like a classroom environment. Oh, hey, professor, look at this data. You know, it kind of does show that the crime is being proportionately distributed, not disproportionately.
Well, the data doesn't show that, unfortunately.
They're black.
Well, the data doesn't show that. If the data did show that, then it would be a good argument. But if you'd like, I have a document with dozens of citations on ways that even if you account for the disproportionate crime rate, black people are still treated much, much worse. From everything from judicial discretion when it comes to sentencing length, to judicial discretion when it comes to mandatory minimums, to police behavior, to pullovers, to stops. On all of these instances, demonstrated time and time again, black people are being treated worse, disproportionate to the amount of crime they commit.
Right. You can't do anything as much as I can't do anything about someone's interpersonal racism, right? If some judge is like 80 years old and still sitting on the court bench and the population there is 80% black, it comes down to self-responsibility to a certain point. Why don't you get your lazy ass off of your couch and go vote that damn judge out?
Wait. Okay, so hold on. Generally speaking, when a race of people are being oppressed, my initial response isn't, wow, what lazy assholes for not voting their oppressor out. Many times judges are appointed, juries are the ones who actually cast the vote, and you don't get a decision as to that, and you don't have any direct control over the police. Your attempt to blame them seems a little bit callous and not very productive either. There are systemic problems here. We can fix them. With enough people, enough time, and enough money, we can make this country, we can make America great again, okay? Like it was back in the 1400s, before a white man ever touched the shores, okay? We can make it great again.
I'm pretty sure there were people of color in the 1400s in America.
They're probably, well, I was being cheeky there, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, I love it. I'm here for it. But look, even if you change everything, right? Progressive judge, pink hair, you know, she was part of BLM back in her heyday. And then it's still Kentucky, and there's still backwards people there, and the 12 that are voting, right? These juries, they're interpersonally racist. What can I do about that? I can't do anything about that.
Yeah, well, it's a long cultural change.
None of
this is easy. I got you. I saw the text. And no, thank you. With counterpoints, we'll talk counterpoints later. That's a more serious discussion. Yeah, well, it's a long-standing cultural change. So some stuff can be addressed like now. There are certain legal discrepancies and certain biased judges, stuff like that, that could be addressed like immediately. But a lot of it is like a long-standing cultural issue that needs to be addressed over decades.
Yes, and I agree. And that's the point. That's my point, right? If I'm going to leave anything here, it's a cultural change that needs to happen. Yeah. Because legally, we've done a lot. We've done as much as we could possibly do.
That's not true. We have done a lot, but we have not done as much. We have done a lot. We have not done as much as we could possibly do. We can do way more. And I think, by the way, the fight for a better world should be an ongoing one, no? I mean, we don't want to, like, stop, do we? It's not...
Absolutely, right.
Yeah. But that's all we're saying. A lot of people treat this, like, ACAP shit as, like, a broader threat against, like, white America. And if white America is about making black people miserable, then I guess it is. But for a lot of people who support BLM or who say, you know, fuck cops or whatever, this isn't about individually hating people. This is about a long-standing historical tendency for this country to just fucking dump on black people. Like, way more than is reasonable, you know? We can all get a little bit of dumping. Black people, way more than they need.
I don't know, man. They hold a lot of power. They hold a lot of power for being 13% of the population, just like the Jewish people do, right? That's the kind of...
Whoa, wait. Are you a Nazi?
Wait, why is everything like Nazi or communist?
Well, generally when people bring up disproportionate Jewish control, wait, I thought we were going somewhere. Wait, are you a warrior of the Goyim trying to fight against the chosen people?
Oh, Lord. Look, let me tell you this. You don't think that black Americans hold a lot of power? Like, they're very go-getters when it comes to hip hop, Hollywood.
Black people have a lot of presence in culture. Yeah, they're very, very good with music and a lot of other like prominent art forms. Yeah, they always have been.
Jews are very good with money.
Well, yeah, but do you know why both of those things are?
Yeah, because the Jewish were forced to not own certain things in these countries that they were all kicked out of, and the only thing they could do is let me hold your money for you. I'll make a little bit off of that and a little interest.
They were wait. They were forced to be. So banking only works if you can charge interest. The concept of banking only works if you use interest. But for the Catholics, usury was a sin. So they said, "Hey, Jews, you know, we want to fucking kill you, but we also need banks to keep our country running. You run the banks, we'll let you live." And for that reason, for literal centuries, this like very, very oppressed ethnic group did develop a sort of affinity for financial relations as a survival mechanism.
The white people are stupid for thinking there's a cabal around that.
Yeah, well, I agree with that. But likewise, black people developed an affinity for their cultural predilections because a lot of the music that black people invented or worked upon heavily at the turn of the 20th century was considered degenerate and like animalistic by the white population. So in Harlem, black people were free to invent.
They all accept it, and they all wear baggy pants, and they all wear hoodies.
Well, the point that I'm getting at is that the relative positions of Jewish people and black people in America today are largely shaped by the bigotry of the hegemonic white society. But we don't all have to be like that, you know? This is a prison of our own creation.
I like to look at it as more of a business transaction between many multicultural groups that's leaning towards a multicultural fascist empire. And I'm here for it.
Why do we have to be fascist?
Aren't we imperialistic though? I mean, you would concede to that, right?
Yeah, we're imperialistic, but that's not the only component of fascism. Monarchies were imperialistic.
No, but these are all factors in a fascist regime.
Yeah, sure, but we're trying to stop that.
Well, sure, but I mean, but what I'm saying is that like this idea that like that white people are going to be like supremacists, and there's going to be like a ethno movement.
Well, they are. The white nationalists have been in this country for centuries. They just keep losing.
Right. And the people who support Black Lives Matter, even though the proletariat is hurt by that because the bourgeois have infiltrated those movements and funneled money to it because it's okay for the corporatists.
Are you like a political compass memes user? I feel like you're throwing points out from like the Nosbel range now, but no Nosbel would call themselves a centrist. Are you giving me a loop here?
Are you trying to box me in right now? Are you trying to box me into a certain category?
You're throwing me for a loop, aren't you? No, the bourgeois have not infiltrated BLM. The bourgeois have done what they always do, which is to financially capitalize on popular social movements. But that's not the same as them corrupting those movements.
Right, and they would never support a white only exclusive movement, right? Because it's detrimental to their bottom line.
Yeah, until that white exclusive movement became powerful enough that defying them ended up hurting their bottom line. That's one of the safety nets of capitalism. A lot of lefties don't appreciate that. It is more financially viable to appeal to people of every ethnic persuasion, and for that reason, corporations are always going to at least maintain a veneer of social progressivism, which can be used as a shield of popular opinion against more right-leaning movements. It's one of the neat benefits of a market-driven system, but it's not perfect and it's not sincere.
Yeah, my problem is I just feel the left is too radical. I can't support the left because they're too, commie and too socialistic-y.
Gotcha.
Like
I love you, buddy. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know. Hey, I had a lot of fun, man. I appreciate you having me on.
Okay. All right. You have a good one, okay?
All right. Cheers.
I have no fucking idea what that guy believes. All right. There's somebody in voice. Let's do it. Lomac. I guess we're just getting this is a stream. I had a bunch of other shit prepared, but that's okay. I like debates more than anything else. They're way the fuck more fun for me. This is my all gas, no brakes, okay? Yo, Lomac. Yo, Mac.
Check. Too loud, too soft.
Hey, you sound good. I mean, I can edit your audio on my end. How you doing?
Well, I'm here.
Nice. That's a great place to be.
About 30 minutes of what I've heard. I can tell you the main thing you're getting wrong right now is that you want to assume that the police are a group of systemically racist people with a few good eggs in it. And that's completely opposite of an organization with a few bad eggs in it, that you then take those bad eggs and use that as your example for look, the system is racist.
But I don't think
it's a straight up.
Even if every cop
guys do it every time, you take the worst examples.
Have you ever seen lefties make fun of like trans cops? This is something.
This isn't about left or right. This is about the base assumption that you make.
I want to follow this example. So every once in a while, there will be like a PR piece, and it'll be like, "I'm a trans male cop. Look, ooh," or whatever, and then everyone will make fun of them because it's like, "Wow, way to side with the oppressor." Remember Stonewall? The thing is, it's not about whether or not the cops are racist. It's that the job is bad. Even if the individuals who do the job are good people.
How is the job bad?
Oh, it's for a lot. I mean, if you listen to my conversation with the last guy, I mean,
I'm not you're making an assumption and you have no examples. How is the job of policing and law enforcement? How is that bad?
Well, generally speaking, the police are
not generally speaking, specifically speaking.
Well, I can't. I mean, if you want me to talk about policing as an institution across 50 states, I have to be a little general. But to be as concise and specific as possible, police's responsibility is to uphold a legal system that is designed to discriminate against certain groups of people in outcome, if not by in name.
It's designed to keep the playing field clear of all obstacles for everybody. It's designed so that this business can run its business without being terrorized by a group of hooded thugs that are burning their shit down.
Okay, so this feels like a weighted perspective. Most of what cops do is not
that's what's happening for the past few months. I don't know if you're watching anything. That's exactly what's going on.
That is not what most cops do. I would be willing to bet that in all likelihood, less than a fraction of a single percentage point.
I would agree. Most cops really don't do anything. If you know any law enforcement, they spend most of their days writing tickets for bullshit, which if you love it or hate it.
What if some of that bullshit?
They're very benign people.
What if some of that bullshit is laws which are designed to hurt certain groups of people disproportionately?
A disproportionate group of people. Are you talking about black people in majorly run Democrat cities with Democrat council members, Democrat governors,
I am not a Democrat. Wait. I am not a Democrat. If I had
if you're talking about disproportionate interracial crime, you're talking about mostly Democrat cities.
Well, no, actually, if you take a look at the highest crime rate cities, you'll find that there are plenty of Republican-led cities on those lists. In fact, I think the number one.
But where is the major crime happening? It's in places like Chicago.
No, I just said the opposite. Chad, can you provide a list of the most violent cities in America? I'm pretty sure number one.
I just named one, Chicago.
You just said the name of a city, yeah, but yours isn't in a list. I think Chicago was number 4 on that list. Chad will provide.
I didn't say it's top. I said it was one of the most dangerous cities in America to live in.
Sure, yeah. I mean, big cities tend to be pretty dangerous. Big cities also tend to be Democrat-run.
Yes.
Yeah.
My point exactly.
Right. Well, I'm not a Democrat. I mean, at least I'm voting Democrat.
If you're okay, let me ask you one thing. If you were to make if you had the chance to make a single change to effectuate less racist, systemic racist, whatever the hell bullshit that is, what would your change be? Or multiple changes. What would if you could change something tomorrow, what would that be?
That would probably be ending the drug war. That's probably the number one.
Okay, I agree with that. But there's different levels. Where would you draw the line there? Just all drugs?
Yeah, I think that all drugs should be decriminalized. They should be treated as a medical issue. There should obviously be some. I don't think a 16-year-old should be doing meth, but I think
agreed. That's a legislative issue. That is not police deciding I'm going to bust this guy.
Yeah, but police are
a racist.
Police are the wall at which we interact with the law. We don't judges aren't out there on the street, bailiffs aren't out there on the street. Juries are, but they're anonymous members of the citizenry who are picked at random.
For now.
Kind of. Well,
until they release that grand jury information from the Breonna Taylor case, which we'll see if that happens.
Do they typically release the list of jurors for grand jury?
No, it wouldn't be the list of the names. It would be what they discussed and what the prosecutors and the line prosecutors were information that were given. That's up to the judge. That doesn't typically happen, but that would be a sign.
I don't think there's anything wrong with an understanding of the discussion that they had, but
that's another. I mean, we're off topic now at this point.
Yeah.
The point being that the places where you want to use an example of here's systemic racism. Those are Democrat cities.
Wait, I don't. But again, in my ideal,
that would be a good thing. That'd be a good place to start.
In my ideal, yes. In my ideal country, Democrats would be 1 millimeter further away from the happy fun time pit than Republicans would. Okay, the Democrat and Republican politicians are both complicit in making this country a hellhole. I don't like the Democrats.
This country's not a hellhole.
Well,
I mean, look at you, dude. You're sitting in your apartment, able to enjoy all the luxuries that people can't even imagine in some parts
and
of the
every
country.
time I drive to get
you've been given the opportunity to sit on your ass and interact with people.
And every time I drive to get groceries, I have to wade through hundreds of homeless people's tents. I have to wait for them to cross the street. I have to see the unabashed misery of a large city that I, as one individual, get to float on top of because I just happen to be good at speaking.
Well, now you're just talking in circles because most of those people are homeless and useless because they not only have mental problems, they have drug problemtions.
Well, maybe if we treated
want to
drug
legalize
issues
drugs,
as a
you're
medical,
going to increase the amount of homelessness just by the fact of
maybe if we
now you're saying it's okay to be a meth head.
Wait, hold on.
Okay to be
so first of all, drug decriminalization has been shown to lead to fewer instances of addiction, in large part because the destigmatization allows for a broader and more effective conversation on the subject, and also it getting treated as a medical issue means there are resources which allow people to go get help for their for their addiction, whereas if you treat it as a criminal issue, people are going to hide their addiction because they know if it becomes public they're going to be arrested. Yeah, Portugal is a case study in this. The results found by their efforts at decriminalization were incredibly enlightening. There is no good reason to keep our current position on drug legality. It just doesn't work.
Well,
so,
if you want to set the precedent, most of these Democrat cities, they set up homes for these people, but they don't go to them because they know they can't take drugs. Part of getting in free home shelters, whatever you want to call it, part of the deal is you can't be a meth head while you live here and use it as a... well, then they just don't live there. They just go and be a useless, drug-addicted fucking loser. They don't get a job. They want to shoot up, so they do the bare minimum. So they get a needle in their fucking arm.
Are we saying the Democrats are bad, or are you saying that it's correct for them?
I think people that are addicted to drugs are fucking losers. I'm sorry. If you are, you're
wait,
a loser.
Wait. Is this a bit? You're like really aggro here. Okay, hold on. Are we okay?
I'm fine.
Okay, you're addicted to mad juice right now. Okay, that's what you're addicted to.
Well,
and frankly, your addiction is disturbing me. Okay, so we need to chill the fuck out. Okay. All right. So, do you think then that the Democrats are correct in implementing these policies which have been demonstrably shown to harm society?
Which policy?
The one where they participate in the criminalization of drugs and prevent people with addictions from taking advantage of facilities designed to help homeless people.
If you're talking about drug use, no, not so much. If you're talking about drug distribution, yes. If you're talking about people bringing in fentanyl and distributing it to kids, yeah, put that fucking guy in a prison for his life. I don't give a shit. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, sure, okay, but for use. So for use, you agree this should be treated as a medical.
I mean, that's a broad subject, but generally speaking, yeah, that's more of a mental, personal responsibility issue. A guy that has no family or responsibility or doesn't know how to take care of himself, just starts sticking a needle in his arm or taking whatever it is.
Well, very often, drug addiction is actually started by people who have a lot of responsibilities. It's because they have very little.
Oh, that's a bunch of horseshit.
They have very little in their life that provides them any pleasure, so they look for chemical releases. This is usually
fine. That means you have a weak.
Right, sure.
You're
Okay,
just weak-minded if you're giving yourself an excuse to be a drug addict.
You seem very committed to flexing on everyone who has a drug addiction right now. It's okay. We see your muscles.
I mean,
okay.
if you're talking about,
it's
look
okay.
at the society we live in.
They're very big. They're very big. They're very veiny. It's okay. They're so big. You oiled them. You oiled them before you came here. They are so ripplingly
If
striated.
the drug addicts in this country don't piss you off, then you're not paying close enough attention.
Why would I be pissed off when I'm driving around to get groceries, looking at people less fortunate than me? Why would that? What would ever lead me to be angry?
Because it's this apathy of people like you that encourage.
What apathy? My job is political advocacy. Are you laughing? Are you throwing me for a loop?
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I'm talking about, of course, it's infuriating to listen to people that have no responsibility talking about an entire swath of people that live on the streets, live in their own shit, trying to make excuses for them. Like,
nice try.
They've made so many choices to get them in that spot. It's not about some systemic bullshit. It's about them being a fucking loser.
Nice try, but people tend to play up the disgust rather than the anger. I heard that in your voice. You got me for a bit there. I love you, buddy. I hope you know that. I love you. I left. All right. Good shit. Good memes. Destiny never has to deal with this. I swear. I don't even know how many I don't even know how many trolls we've had, you know? I can't even tell. We've got a lot of, hold on, DMs. Normie, socialist. That's probably not a person who would disagree with me. They're good. Nope. 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 Either we do it. I got 2 waiting. Oh, God. Okay. Run it through, baby. We'd actual debate rather than somebody furiously jerk themselves off. You know, it's not actually possible to tell very often. Okay. Trent Garland and blah, blah. How about blah, blah? I like the people with no Discord profile pic. It makes it less likely they're a veteran of my server. Blah, blah. What's up? Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah 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 blah, or something to that effect. They're not responding. Blah blah. You're muted. Blah, blah. Blah, blah. All right, I'll just move him back. Let's try the other guy. Trent Garland. Trent! Trent? And they left. But I'll pull him back in anyway. Trent! And they left. But I'll pull him back in anyway. Oh, hello?
My bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's pretty okay. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, doing good. A little bit nervous, honestly, but you know, you gotta come out of your comfort zone at times. So
that's okay. We've all just been having a big goof off over here. What's
yeah,
up? What do you got?
like it. So really, so I'm from Indiana, you know, pretty conservative area here, and I'm a Trump supporter. I'm not 100% Trump. You know, if there was like a Republican candidate that was actually viable to run against him, I probably would have voted for them. But a couple key issues on my mind at this moment is, well, Trump just announced who he's going to replace RBG with.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to know, first off, what you think about her. You know, she's Catholic, I'm Catholic, so I'm impressed. I'm happy about it. But what do you think about Amy Coney Barrett at first?
I mean, everything that I've seen about her gives me the impression that she's a fucking psycho. That's like that's the vibe that I've been getting. I want to take more of a look into it because right now I've just looked at like a couple of news articles, but I was hoping to maybe look at something a little bit more substantive. But yeah, so far everything that I've seen, it's like literal cultist, like far right crazy dude, or not dude, but yeah. So probably not great, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I understand that because like you know, I believe that the Supreme Court should be more moderate, not really 6-3, but honestly, okay, so as a Trump supporter, I need to know why I should vote for Biden because I feel like the media on TV is very left-wing, like CNN. I'm a big fake news guy, but then also there's a lot of independent people like Steven Crowder on YouTube that are very right-wing and can sway you. I'm actually happy I found you off your Tim Pool video, but what are your main talking points for voting for Biden? Because things that are very important for me are the pro-life movement. I am pro-life. And on top of that, I'm also pro-immigration. I think that, you know, we shouldn't have illegal immigrants in the country. I think that we should do our best to keep all the immigrants that do come legal, like make them legal, you know, by giving them like good access to easy citizenship test. But I don't think that we should just give them amnesty or anything like that. And then one other point, so on top of immigration and the pro-life movement, the economy. How do you think Biden will handle the economy? Because the unemployment rate for African Americans, from what I've read, is at an all-time low, especially for other minority groups too. And it seems like the economy is really thriving. I'm not really a proponent of welfare as an economics major. I think that's a free handout. I don't like free handouts. I'm more of a tax cut guy. But do you have a response to any of those topics there?
Yeah, so there's quite a few to get to. So, I mean, I'm pretty far left. I'm not a big fan of Joe Biden on his own merits, though there are some policies he's proposed that have actually impressed me. Not in the sense that they met my standard, but in the sense that they exceeded my expectation. I can't, you know, I can't say that I'm necessarily enthusiastic about Joe Biden. What I am is concerned about the direction the country is going in. Your interest in maintaining a moderate Supreme Court is interesting to me. It indicates, I think, that you have a higher order concern for the political process than you do in just your side winning, which I think is admirable. So when it comes to all these positions individually, when it comes to pro-lifing, there's nothing that I can really say there apart from, I mean, I think if you want to pro-life, you can pro-life. I think people have a legislative right and a moral right to their own bodies and to the contents within. And I think that bodily autonomy is the sort of superseding moral authority here. If you really want to prevent people from getting abortions, then it would be in your interest to get Trump in and also to have him get a Supreme Court pick. Apart from that, there's not much else I can say unless we want to get into a protracted debate about the morality of abortion.
Can I ask, do you think that a fetus inside a woman's body is a baby yet? Like, is that considered a baby, or do you consider that, like, not a life? Like, is that, like, do you see...
It's definitely alive. I don't think it's a baby. I mean, I would call it a fetus. I generally call things babies when they're, like, out, you know? But yeah, I'd call it a fetus. I don't think I'd call it a person.
You wouldn't give that fetus, like, actual rights like we have here as living on this earth right now.
No. I think that legal rights should be ascribed at birth.
And this might have been some just BS from Tim Pool. I saw that video, and I do watch Tim Pool from time to time. But I also heard that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris both said that abortion should be able to be legalized even 5 days after the kid is born, which I don't know if that's factual or not, but I did read that somewhere. And that's like infanticide or whatever, you know, like you're killing a baby after it's born. Like, I don't know if you've heard of that.
I've heard that claim being thrown around, but I've never seen anything to indicate that would be an insane position for anyone to take. Unless we're talking about like, thought experiments in a philosophy classroom or something. Like, for a politician to say that would be fucking ludicrous. I mean, I guess I haven't Googled if they've said that, but I'm pretty comfortable saying that's probably not the case.
Is it fair to say that with us becoming more progressive as a nation, that could be a direction we're heading? Because if you look back 50 years ago, like, abortion was like, you know, everyone was more conservative back then. So everyone was like, oh, abortion's terrible. And now it's like, abortion's okay. And then in the future, it could get worse. You think that's the direction we're heading?
I don't think so. This is like a kind of a slippery slope thing, but a lot of people think that, like, well, if the progressive left goes too far, soon people will be marrying dogs or whatever. But what the left has always wanted is a movement towards consent and equality. And I think that most people would generally agree. By most people, I mean virtually every human on the planet, that after a baby is born, we're talking about an independent human life. I can't imagine any reason why progressive politics would intersect with a belief that that's something you should be able to abort. I mean, if anything, progressives have generally advocated for a restructuring and emboldening of our civil care facilities, for our adoption facilities, for all that stuff. Because right now, being an orphan in the United States is a nightmare. So I think that we're stopping at the second trimester thing, and past that, it's just about giving the children that are born but aren't necessarily wanted the best possible opportunity.
Okay, that's fair. So to move forward, I got a quick question here. Would you say that we're in a battle, like not only of Trump versus Biden, Republican versus Democrat, but more so ideologically, a battle between fascism and socialism?
I think it's a battle between fascism and democracy. I don't think that I don't think socialism is prominent enough in this country for it to be like a bulwark of its own, you know? But I do think we are legitimately on the precipice of fascism at this moment. Yeah, I would like it if socialism was like the big contender on the other side. But it feels like right now, like we don't even have that. The Republican Party has seamlessly transitioned into an openly anti-democratic party, whereas the Democrats have barely capitulated anything to the socialists within their own party. Apart from, we have, of course, a couple of House and Senate seats that are sympathetic. You know, Bernie will probably die sometime in the vague future. So, but he, you know, he's been influential. But I do think that fascism is very much, you know, we're on the precipice of that.
I disagree with the Democrats supporting more democracy over socialism at this moment because, you know, like free healthcare, all these, you know, free things that are believed to be rights, like healthcare and some, well, right now I can't, dang it, I can't really think of other things, but just like Bernie, him being a democratic socialist and holding up these socialist values. And I know Biden's the candidate, but Biden's being supported by AOC and Bernie as socialists. I feel like that's a bigger issue. Not saying fascism is good and not saying Trump is necessarily a fascist. I don't really believe that. I do think that he definitely is a populist, and some could say, but definitely not a fascist. But because like Hitler's a fascist, you know, Hitler and Mussolini, like Trump's not those guys.
I don't
right?
think we're
Trump's
that far
not
off
making us
from those positions. Personally, I think we're getting near that point though, where people should start fearing if we don't win. It's not about the individual, you know, it's about the circumstances they're born into. If Hitler had risen to power back in like 1923 in Germany, I doubt he ever would have been the architect of a genocide. He probably just would have been like a right-leaning politician if he had decided to go into politics. If you put the right, or I should say the wrong people in positions of power at the wrong times, right-leaning populism turns to death camps very quickly. And we've seen the language of dehumanization weaponized by the Trump administration since pretty much day one. The open disdain for truth. The first thing he did after he won was lie. Once about his inauguration crowd size and once about 3 million illegals voting. They're both false, but he just did it anyway. Because if you accustom people to the small lies, it gets way easier to tell the big ones. There are a lot of other little things like that. It really depends on how effectively you can weaponize those tendencies. But you talk about socialism. When I talk about socialism, I'm not just talking about like the government decommodifying a couple of key industries. I mean a complete seizure of the means of production. Socialism in the Marxian sense, the, you know, redistribution of the means of production to the proletariat and the destruction of the commodity form. And we're quite a whiles away from that. But when it comes to the moderate reforms the Democrats are looking to, Joe Biden has said he doesn't support Medicare for all, but let's say even if he did Medicare for all, I think these are perfectly defensible. At the worst, you could argue they're expensive and unsuitable economic policy, which I would disagree with, but I think that's the worst thing you can reasonably say about them. Whereas with Trump,
I also think the quality of the healthcare would go down too.
I mean, I disagree. There have been a lot of studies to indicate this just really isn't the case. When it comes to the price, Medicare for all would be cheaper than what we have now because of what we let insurance companies get away with. And there's just no evidence to indicate that the quality of care declines. In fact, recently there was a tweet thread. By recently, I think I mean like 2 months ago, that was thrown out by like a PR exec who was talking about how he had been for years paid to mislead the public about like Canadian healthcare and the effects that socialized medicine has on the quality of care. And the consensus is that it doesn't worsen things. There are ups and downs, but the ups outweigh the downs, and very powerful and wealthy people are paying media figures to lie about this because those people are in the pockets of the insurance companies that want things to stay exactly where they are.
Okay.
I could link it to you with time. I'd have to find that tweet thread or whatever,
Yeah.
but it was interesting. Yes.
Yeah, that is interesting. So when it comes to, you said that we're not far from a fascist regime under Trump. And so, like, what is your biggest fear? Like, I feel like voting Trump in 2020 is a necessary evil mean to a good end in the long run.
What good
I feel
end?
like by 2024, all these like protests under Trump, like 2021 is going to be a hell of a year if Trump wins. Like there's going to be bad protests everywhere. Like if you think it's bad now, it's going to be worse. But I also think by going Biden, the destruction of the government will be similar and also longer lasting effects, especially to the economy.
Why would the government be destroyed?
I mean, not necessarily. I misspoke. Sorry. Not the government. The economy. Like the economy, like is super valuable to our nation here. I feel like by going a liberal sense or a Democrat sense, with all the things they want to do with the big government, that's too much spending. That's too much of our resources to sustain the economic growth we've had. And we're in a recession right now, and it's barely affecting multiple industries.
But Trump imposed tariffs and then did a massive tax cut. He's deficit spending harder than Obama did.
But the tariffs were justified because we were in it, like the trade war with China. Like we can't just let them take all of our industry away.
You're
like
an econ major. You have to know those tariffs were a bad idea, right? Every economist disagreed with them. That was a political move, and it lost too. We hurt our industries so badly that Trump had to pay out billions in subsidies to farmers that were hurt by the outcome of those disastrous tariffs. It was just posturing against China.
I get it hurt us economically, but for us to keep our image as one of the leaders in the world, we needed that. We needed to posture ourselves. We can't just let them take us over. You know, everything you see in the store is made by China or made in Vietnam. We have to combat that in a way.
But that made us look like idiots. We hurt ourselves in a bad political move to try to posture against China. If we wanted to actually like influence China, why didn't we stay a part of TPP and use the economic influence that we could use with multilateral trade agreements to try to get them to renege on some of their copyright laws, maybe enforce US copyright in China? Or we could start implementing laws that like have not tariffs, but like preferable tax status to businesses that are able to keep their workers or their production chain in America. But Trump didn't do any of that. He did like the worst thing, you know? And then the tax cuts that he did have exacerbated deficit spending massively. Not to speak of the damage to the economy because of his handling of COVID. The economy just tends to do better under Democrats. Like, I don't... The economy was doing great under Obama. Trump just continued the trends from the Obama administration until COVID hit, and you know that was kind of on him. I just don't think that Trump has like a good handle on the economy. I kind of get the feeling he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He just, you know, like America good, you know, spending bad, but then he like does it anyway. I don't know.
Do you think Biden would have handled COVID any better? I mean, it was kind of just like a you know, like nobody could have expected it. And Biden was also saying, keep the economy open. You're racist for, you know, closing down the economy in the early months. And then in March, April, and May, when we were talking about opening up, all the Democrats flipped the script and we're like, no, we need to stay closed. We need to stay closed. This is serious. Like, why? How can you say Trump's handling COVID badly without knowing how Biden or even Hillary Clinton, who would be the person in today, like how they would handle it? Like, how do you know?
Well, I mean, America is 4% of the global population, but a quarter of the COVID deaths. I mean, other countries also were just as surprised by this as us, but we have done like monumentally bad relative to our population size. Like, this is the United States of America. Like, we're supposed to be doing good on this shit, but we did like abysmal. But but yeah, like the reason why Biden called Trump racist wasn't because he shut down travel from China. It was because Trump is racist. It wasn't because Trump shut down travel. It was because he was saying, China virus, the China flu, these Chinese people are... Back in the early days of COVID-19, there were even Republican officials and demagogues who were making comments about, like, Chinese people being unsafe to be around. Like Chinese Americans, like people who haven't ever even been to China, There was a lot of racism early on. He's still doing it. He still calls it the China virus, in spite of the CDC not using that terminology at all. It's pretty clearly like an incendiary accusation when he keeps saying, like, China sent us this virus. It's like a really pathetic attempt at trying to weaponize nationalism to get people to forget he's responsible for how the country handled it. But yeah, he dismantled Obama's pandemic protection team back in 2018, which was literally designed for situations like this. He defunded the CDC. He did nothing in between shutting down travel from China and Europe, which was a month in between. He didn't like prep on any of like ventilator or PPE like stockpiling. And then when that actually did get rolling, he tried to like get exclusive rights to care from Germany that he would pay for, but they couldn't give to anyone else. He scapegoated blame to every other group imaginable. He would like publicly say shit that Fauci would then later have to correct. Like, yeah, other countries handled this like so much better than us in so many ways. I don't think, but I think Hillary, it would have been like 10,000 dead. Maybe even not even that.
So?
Yeah. Not because Hillary's great. Fuck Hillary or anything. I just think Trump, the problem with pandemics is that Trump is a strong man, like not very smart, but he has to posture a lot. So when it comes to something like a pandemic, which is a force of nature, saying like, okay, everyone, we need to stay indoors, we need to take this seriously, that interrupts the parade. Trump couldn't give them that. Trump couldn't posture like that. So he has to keep up appearances, and what that led to now is a disastrously high death count.
Okay, that's fair. So to change topics again, I'm not trying to jump. I'm trying to announce when I jump around.
No,
So
not
I
at
guess
all.
that's
It's
better. But,
no. When jumping around's only bad when it's like, here's an argument, then fucking whoosh, you go to somewhere else. If you just want to talk about multiple stuff, that's awesome. I'm here for it.
Yeah. So I did some research on sex trafficking in the United States. It's a terrible issue. That I mean, I'm 20, and I can say that when I was 18, I didn't know it was that big of an issue. I've only recently learned. And so Trump has this task force that's actually helped identify sex traffickers across the United States, and the issue's becoming not resolved, but it's becoming better. But the media isn't announcing this to anybody that I've been seeing. Why is it that like the media always bags on Trump, and why is it an always orange man bad media like story, like headline? And why can't they actually just like say something good about Trump? Like, because obviously the sex trafficking thing should be announced because it's been an issue across America for many years.
I think the sex trafficking thing has been under-discussed under many administrations, because I didn't hear about it much at all during the Obama one. I agree it should be discussed more. But the reason why they're not talking about it with Trump is because Acosta, under Trump, proposed an 80% funding cut for the government agency that combats child sex trafficking. Like, under the Trump administration, the government agency that is designed to deal with child sex trafficking has been levied a historic cut in funding to a fifth of its previous budget. It was from 68 million to 18.5 million. Not to mention Trump being a friend of Epstein. I just feel like praising him for anything involving child sex crimes feels a little bit like, it's like virtue signaling. Like, oh, you made a task force that's very high profile. But if the task force does good, okay, I think it should be praised for doing good. Don't get me wrong. But I think this issue doesn't get enough attention regardless of the presidential administration.
Is it fair that you can cut spending on a task force or a sector and it improve based on that spending? Isn't that like our goal with police brutality, to defund or to abolish the police so that we have better police?
Sure,
so
in concept, but that department hasn't been doing more because of it. I mean, I can see the Trump sex trafficking force. Like, do they have any like big accomplishments? Like, how much have they? Executive order on combating human trafficking and online child sex exploitation in the United States. This is an executive order, so it wasn't even passed through the House. prosecuting human traffickers and individuals. I mean, I can look into it. I'm sure there's some good that's been done here, but most of the good that Trump does just feels really virtue signaling. You know, he'll suck up to Wall Street. He'll push tax cuts. He'll defund government institutions, and then he'll like, oh, you know, I'm tossing a few million at a black college, or you know, oh, I'm gonna create a task force to do the job of administration that I just cut the budget of. So yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look more into it to say completely.
So, by virtue signaling, you mean like he's just trying to make everybody, you know, happy in a way, just
I don't
trying
think
to
Donald
like.
Trump gives a fuck about rape children. That dude was an Epstein friend. Donald Trump has like a very credible legal case against him for raping a 13-year-old. I don't think he gives a fuck about that. I don't think he cares about anything but himself. And I think that his attempts to like put this out there are just like a very transparent attempt to try to take credit for something that he's actively kind of harmed during his presidency. I think right now we're actually at America's like highest point for child sex trafficking in its history. So whatever Trump's doing, it's clearly not like affecting the trend. And if it was, then I think he deserves praise for it. But that's conditional, you know.
Okay, that's fair. All right, one more thing. So, all right, say Biden wins. When he does win, because I'm one of the proponents, like I can't see this man complete a full sentence. Like I have not seen that happen in a while, and he's also seems to be hiding in a basement. I'm looking forward to these debates, but if he does win, what are the likelihood that a vote for Biden is actually a vote for Harris? Because I fear that if Biden did win, then the Democrats would be like, oh, he's unfit to lead, he's got dementia, blah blah blah. Harris, you take over. And then she's like, yeah, you know, I'm going to do like I said a few months ago, and I'm just going to take all your weapons. I'm
The
going to do
Harris
this and do that.
administration, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't deny there's a chance. Biden is pretty old, and I do think he's sundowning. I think it's defensible, though. Personally, I like Kamala Harris quite a bit more than I like Joe Biden. She's, I think, the third most progressive Democratic senator, behind Warren and Bernie, I think, or she might have actually been ahead of Bernie based on some kind of metric. But whatever the case may be, she definitely has a better record than Joe Biden when it comes to my political preferences. People in chat are confused because the only thing lefties ever talked about was that Kamala was like a fascist authoritarian cop. But guys, trust me, I've talked about this before. What you've been told about Kamala Harris is completely non-representative of her actual like record, okay? All cops are bad, all police are bad, all politicians are bad, but holy shit, if you actually look at the voting records, you can do so much worse, including Joe Biden. I don't think she's going to pass any gun legislation though, you know? The Democrats have been posturing about gun legislation for what feels like, well, what is about 25 years now, and they've never really succeeded in any like nationwide ban. You know, there have been states that have had their own law changes. California has really dumb gun laws, but if I were you, because I'm pro-gun as well, I wouldn't be that worried about a severe or even meaningful restriction on your firearm rights. I guess anything can happen, but it's not something I'm that concerned about.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if this was much of a debate. I just, you know, I'm trying to learn the best I can moving forward, but I definitely know that we hold very different values, but I do appreciate you being, you know, sincere and honest and everything. But I got to get going. I'm going to Buffalo Wild Wings, but thank you for
yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. I really appreciated the conversation. Have a good time at BWW.
All right. Have a good day. Bye.
You will. That was a really pleasant conversation. We're getting all the good faith stuff. Guys, I'm not doing the lefty argument right now. If you actually look at Kamala Harris's voter record, she is relatively quite progressive, certainly more so than Joe Biden. That's not a statement of opinion. That's just a fact, okay? You can look into that. Okay? I just want you to know that, okay? You can still dislike her. That's fine. You don't have to like her, but make sure that your dislike is rooted in reality and not like Chapo Trap House jokes. But she's still a cop, though? Yes. Well, technically, she was never a cop. She was the state's district attorney. Gotcha, Hyena. Thank you. We have a segment. I don't know if these Debate's phone. Okay, listen. One more conversation. That other guy? The fuck is their name? Wait, I got more messages. Hold on. Who are you? I don't care. Who are you? I don't care. Who are you? I don't care. Who are you? I'll look at you later. Who are you? I'll look at you later. Who are you? Thank you. Theory Ball, who are you? Theory Boy. I'll take a look at you later. Okay, hold on. And then we got a lot of fucking donos to get to. Yo! Yo? Yo! 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 Blah, blah, blah? Blah, blah. Blah, blah! Hello? Blah, blah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello! Hello! Am I getting styled on? Hello? Can you not hear me? Blah blah can't hear me, I assume. Alright, well, I love you, blah blah. Never let it be known that we didn't try. We tried so hard and tried so hard. We 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 tried so hard. You know what I'm talking about. Who is this person? No! We're good on debates. We've done it. We debated everyone. Go team! Call-ins are done. We've got donos to read. We had segments to talk about. I don't know if we'll have time, but let's do donations. Yes, Hyena, we love you. All right. Hooah. Somnio Static with a very kind 25 bucks. Holy shit, you just made me understand those ROTM lyrics after like 30 fucking years. What are ROTM lyrics? Did I sing a song earlier? That is ROTM? Did that happen? What is ROTM? Not RATM, ROTM. Rage of the Machine? Yeah, I don't know. Well, thank you, Somnio. Waltz in the Stalls. I am not red-pilled on secession. Sorry, comrade. Dagon with a very kind 5 bucks. My pleasure. Thank you very much for the kind words, comrade. Chevalier with the $5. How has the right gotten away with normalizing bringing guns to protest while the left still gets demonized for it? Because cops always side with the right. InQFish23 with the 5 bucks. VoteSaveAmerica.com information on every state from how to vote, deadlines, and other info. Settle for Biden. Thank you, Vosh. Stay healthy. Yeah, I have that on my bookmarks. I plan on talking about that soon. Shafi Sekhalala with the incredibly kind 20,000 Ugandan currency units. Holy shit. My country's got an election coming up, and the police seem to keep disrupting opposition party organizing, even when they're complying with social distancing ordinances. Yeah, that makes sense. I imagine. You know, The police do that with us too, kind of. I don't know much about Uganda's current political position. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, 20,000 Uganda money. It's UGX in the currency trapper. Vid to debunk Trumpers. If Dems fail, what is next? I don't know, comrade, but all of my videos are videos to debunk Trumpers, basically. And Sekalala with the additional 5,000. Thank you very much. At this point, news stations here should start reporting tear gas in their weather reports. Good luck, comrade, okay? It's rough out there. Please, stay safe, okay? Diogo Gomez, thanks the $3 and talented filmmaker with the $5. Thank you very much. Likewise with Tango Zulu Mike, much appreciated. Veramone with the $5. Thank you, comrade. Yeah, that makes sense. White nationalists like to LARP no matter what country they're in. Chris Chandler with the $30. Thank you. Generally, the only amendment that conservatives know or even care about is the second one. Yes, as long as you are white. As long as you're white, they are very big proponents of the Second Amendment, but that is highly conditional. Highly conditional. Sake Tanuki with a very kind $10. Never been harder to be a cop. 1920s mob boss era called. Yeah, well, what are you gonna do? Sake at the $10. What about counter-protesting as mimes? Because a mime is a terrible thing to waste. Shut the fuck up, Sake. Also, in before people infiltrate the Proud Boys as clowns in combat gear. Combat clowns actually sounds pretty pog, though. Untalented filmmaker and cat lady, thank you both very, very much for the $5. Very much appreciated. Comrade, the Midwest Marxist, thank you for the $10. Really sorry to hear about your brother being indoctrinated into the QAnon cult. Way over there. Happy to provide you some distractions in the meantime, though. Daniel Webster with 1,000 rubles, thank you very, very much. I'm sorry to hear that the informal union you're developing at work hasn't led to your management budging, but I hope that your walk is successful, comrade. As long as you're united with dignity. Okay. I'm sorry the school is collapsing. Jesus. It's rough out there. Bug with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Yo, Vosh, check out this by MIT. MIT? The MIT? I doubt this is the MIT. What is this? Revolution 2020, a 3-day festival of Marxist ideas, hosted online and across Britain by Socialist Appeal on the 23rd to the 25th of October, with 20 sessions covering a bunch of different topics. Nice try. You're not getting me to go to Britain. Ha! Losers. Not getting me over. Very true, Sake. That's how it be with Shake Shack. Just call all milkshakes concrete. Thank you. Onion Bake with the $10. Did you see Andy Ngo suing Antifa members on RICO charges? He's literally saying they beat him up as advertising to make money to buy more black clothes and masks. Ha! No, I haven't seen that. That'd be funny to look at, though. What a fucking snowflake. Reggie Holmquist, you persuade authoritarians by making good arguments in a persuasive setting, like I just did. Or at least you try. I don't know if those guys were authoritarian leaning, but I think I did a decent job making my arguments during those conversations. Colby Mays, I saw that in a news report. I will look into it further, comrade. DJ Moon, the $5. Thank you very much, comrade. Yep, fascies love interracial porn. XXX Big with the tier 1 sub. After watching you with the DP podcast, I think it'd be cool if you have some group discussions / chill. Thanks for all you do, comrade. Unfortunately, group discussions with fans are never, ever, 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 ever chill. It just never works out that way, unfortunately. They're always full of brown nosers, just kind of how it works. But yeah, I'm glad you enjoy the content. Sneaky Wikiki, thank you so much for the $5, comrade. True, they hate America. Luis Murillo, I may one day appear on national television, but I'm a long way away from that level of prominence. So let's keep our nose up until then, okay? Josiah Tanner with the $10. How do I combat the point that the 2-parent households are the end-all be-all solution to black poverty? Any sources would be amazing. I can do a segment on that in the future. There is information that can be helpful there in that respect. But I would have to dig it all up together and make a compelling argument. Ludwig with the $5. True! Andy Ngo spilled baked beans all over himself watching Cars 2 in theaters, and a dude shouted, "This motherfucker eating beans," and everyone laughed. True. And it haunts him to this day. Comic Book Kid, glad you're enjoying Scumbag Comic-Con. Based Corellan, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I'm so sorry. There was no end whatsoever to your nightmare of being a Brit bonger. Intoxicant, true. Shafi Sekilala, thank you again for the 5,000 Ugandan currency. America has to be a made-up country. All countries are made up, comrade. Don't fall for their lies. Trump is going live? Is that true? I don't know if this was, like, approved by J.K. Rowling herself, but wouldn't surprise me. Nobody is erasing the concept of sex. They always default to this bitch-ass, pussy fucking non-argument. Sex is real. Nobody's saying sex isn't real. Their privately held position is that they fucking hate and are disgusted by transgender people, and that they fear them. But nobody talks about sex not being real. Now, I talk about we shouldn't have sex. Sex is immoral and degenerate. But you know, that's not saying it's not real. I wish it wasn't real. All right, the White House is about to go live on the Supreme Court pick. Yikes. Give me a second, I'm going to use the restroom. I've unmuted it, so hopefully Trump doesn't say the N-word. Did he do it? Did he say the N-word? No, I guess not. John Ruda, thanks for the £2. Sad Yogurt Boy, the $5. Thank you very much, comrade. James Maverick with £5. Thank you very much. I am so delighted to hear that you and your fiance have both tested negative for COVID-19. Keep up the good streak. You're immune now. You can go lick doorknobs. Shiro with the tier 4 sub. Trans Furry Gang. True. Trans Furries in the chat, rise up. Emma Adorable with the tier 4 sub. Ooh woo. True. Trans Furries in the chat. Ooh woo. There you go. That's solidarity. Shiru and 747, thank you both so much for the incredibly kind gifted tier 1 subs. Nut Cream with the $5. Looks like you're going to return to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo. True! Hey, by the way, I never actually watched Yu-Gi-Oh! Is it true that the English dub from 4Kids says Shadow Realm, but in Japanese they just say you're going to die? Is that true? Is the Shadow Realm, like, just made up by 4Kids? Yeah, okay, gotcha. What a good meme. As bad of a company as 4Kids was, they did create some pretty good fucking memes. True, Casper Christensen. With multicolor blocks, everyone is Antifa. TJ Gamer with the $5. Thank you very, very much, comrade. Yeah, people have a lot of real divisive, snooty opinions about music that I don't quite get. Koof19 and Windleby Dazzler, thank you both very much for the tier 1 subs. Thank you. I am by 69 with the tier 2 sub. Much appreciated, comrade. I really, really appreciate the kindness. Casper Christensen with the $2. They play they hate BLM, but they play Jimi Hendrix. Yeah, that is a bit of a strange one, isn't it? Sultan C with a very kind $20. On behalf of the people of my home state, New Hampshire, I'd like to apologize for this lady. Some people take that live free or die motto the wrong way. Yeah, what are you gonna do though, huh? The Karen is a universal experience. HTTP Lovecraft, the 10 books. Mouth where your money is was better because you debate by talking with your mouth, and these people probably donate to right-wingers. Yeah, I guess in my case, mouth where your money is and money where your mouth is are both kind of equally applicable, you know? Peter Not Peterson at the 15 bucks. No time to be dooming about the precipice of fascism because my sister is getting married today. Peter Not Peterson, holy shit, that's fantastic, comrade. That's really, really awesome. Well, tell your sister I said hi and that I said thanks too. No, don't do that. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Still alive. I would be happy to talk about Milton Friedman or Thomas Sowell sometime in the future. 100%. People do worship their shit to a completely unreasonable degree. Ludimus Anlu with the 10 bucks. Love how that lady from earlier was saying in America we speak English, even though the US very intentionally avoided ever declaring an official language. Yeah. I understand. I do believe that everybody in the United States like should be able to speak English. Like I think that's like just because it makes it easier in general for us to be able to. But if a person can't speak English, that's like 99% of the time because they're learning to speak English, you know? Up! Up! Yo! He's doing the DreamWorks face. He's doing it. He's seen B-Movie.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I stand before you today to fulfill one of my highest and most important duties under the United States Constitution, the nomination of a Supreme Court Justice.
Speedrun fascism, boys. That's a gold split. Let's do it, baby.
This is my third such nomination after Justice Gorsuch and Justice Kavanaugh, and it is a very proud moment indeed. Over the past week, our nation has mourned the loss of a true American legend. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a legal giant and a pioneer for women. Her extraordinary life and legacy will inspire Americans for generations to come. Now we gather in the Rose Garden to continue our never-ending task of ensuring equal justice and preserving the impartial rule of law. Today it is my honor to nominate one of our nation's most brilliant and gifted legal minds to the Supreme Court.
Alongside the likes of
She
Tom
is a
Cotton
woman
and Ted Cruz.
of unparalleled achievement, towering intellect, sterling credentials, and unyielding loyalty to the Constitution, Judge Amy Coney Barrett.
Yeah, the Zodiac Killer got snubbed. This is bullshit. Is she actually as bad as everyone's saying? Worse, probably.
We're also joined by Amy's husband, Jesse. Thank you, Jesse, very much. And their 7 beautiful children. Congratulations to you all. Very special day. With us as well are the First Lady. Thank you, First Lady. along with Vice President Mike Pence and his amazing wife, Karen.
She's Catholic.
Thank you very much, man. Judge Barrett is a graduate of Rhodes College and the University of Notre Dame Law School. At Notre Dame, she earned a full academic scholarship, served as the executive editor of the Law Review, graduated first in her class, and received the law school's award for the best record of scholarship and achievement. Upon graduation, she became a clerk for Judge Lawrence Silberman on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia. Amy then received one of the highest honors a young lawyer could have, serving as a clerk on the Supreme Court for Justice Antonin Scalia. A very highly respected law professor at Notre Dame wrote to Justice Scalia with a one-sentence recommendation: Amy Coney is the best student I ever had. That's pretty good. Justice Scalia hired her shortly thereafter, and we are honored to have his wonderful wife, Maureen. Where is Maureen? Maureen Scalia with us today.
No camera shot? Okay.
And our great Secretary of Labor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Very good genes in that family, I will say. Very good genes. Before joining the bench, Judge Barrett spent 15 years as a professor at the University of Notre Dame Law School. She was renowned for her scholarship, celebrated by her colleagues and beloved by her students. 3 times she was selected at Notre Dame Distinguished Professor of the Year. When I nominated Judge Barrett to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 7th Circuit in 2017, every law clerk from her time at the Supreme Court endorsed her nomination, writing, quote, "We are Democrats, Republicans, and independents, yet we write to support the nomination of Professor Barrett to be a circuit judge. Professor Barrett is a woman of remarkable intellect and character. She is eminently qualified for the job. And I can tell you, I did that too. I looked and I studied, and you are very eminently qualified for this job. You are going to be fantastic. Thank you. Really fantastic." The entire Notre Dame law facility and faculty.
She looks like the lady from Death Stranding.
Everybody at that school.
Does anyone else feel that way?
We got so many letters. Also wrote letters of support of Amy's nomination to the 7th Circuit. They wrote, in effect, despite our differences,
like an older
we
Emily,
unanimously agree that our constitutional system depends upon an independent judiciary staffed by talented people, devoted to the fair and impartial administration of the rule of law. And we unanimously agree
and
that
Trump,
Amy
of course, looks
is
like Sam
such
Porter
a
Bridges.
person. For the last 3 years, Judge Barrett has served with immense distinction on the federal bench. Amy is more than a stellar scholar and judge. She's also a profoundly devoted mother. Her family is a core part of who Amy is. She opened her home and her heart and adopted 2 beautiful children from Haiti. Her incredible bond with her youngest child, a son with Down syndrome, is a true inspiration. If confirmed, Justice Barrett will make history as the first mother of school-age children ever to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court. That's good.
Great, so she'll be alive for a good long time. I'm going to spend the rest of my life living with this woman's judicial decisions.
To her children, Emma, Vivian, Tess, John Peter, Liam, Juliet, and Benjamin, thank you for sharing your incredible mom with our country. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, kids, for sharing your mom with all of us.
Amy Coney Barrett will decide cases based on the text of the Constitution as written. As Amy has said, being a judge takes courage. You are not there to decide cases as you may prefer. You are there to do your duty and to follow the law wherever it may take you. That is exactly what Judge Barrett will do on the U.S. Supreme Court. I want to thank the members of the Senate. We have so many of them here today. Thank you very much. I see you in the audience, and you're so proud. But I want to thank you for your commitment and to providing a fair and timely hearing. I know it will be that. Judge Barrett was confirmed to the Circuit Court 3 years ago by a bipartisan vote. Her qualifications are unsurpassed, and her record is beyond reproach. This should be a straightforward and prompt confirmation. Should be very easy. Good luck. It's going to be very quick. I'm sure it'll be extremely non-controversial. We said that the last time, didn't we? Well, thank you all very much, and thank you for being here. That's really great. Thank you. Thank you. I further urge all members of the other side of the aisle to provide Judge Barrett with the respectful and dignified hearing that she deserves, and frankly, that our country deserves. I urge lawmakers and members of the media to refrain from personal or partisan attacks, and the stakes for our country are incredibly high. Rulings that the Supreme Court will issue in the coming years will decide the survival of our Second Amendment, our religious liberty, our public safety, and so much more. To maintain security, liberty, and prosperity, we must preserve our priceless heritage of a nation of laws, and there is no one better to do that than Amy Coney Barrett. Law and order is the foundation of the American system of justice. No matter the issue, no matter the case before her, I am supremely confident that Judge Barrett will issue rulings based solely upon a fair reading of the law. She will defend the sacred principle of equal justice for citizens of every race, color, religion, and creed. Congratulations again to Judge Barrett. I know that you will make our country very, very proud. Please, Amy, say a few words. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
There we go.
Congratulations.
I love how wearing masks in the seating is like a, you know, if you want to kind of deal. Like there are some people who are doing it and a lot of people who aren't. Just, you know, just up to
Thank you.
Whatever you want.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am deeply honored by the confidence that you have placed in me. And I am so grateful to you and the First Lady, to the Vice President and the Second Lady, and to so many others here for your kindness on this rather overwhelming occasion. I fully understand that this is a momentous decision for a president.
Maybe
and
a little?
if the Senate does me the honor of confirming me,
Maybe
I
all white
pledge
women just look the same to
discharge the
me.
responsibilities of this job to the very best of my ability. I love the United States, and I love the United States Constitution. I am truly humbled by the prospect of serving on the Supreme Court. Should I be confirmed, I will be mindful of who came before me. The flag of the United States is still flying at half-staff in memory of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg to mark the end of a great American life. Justice Ginsburg began her career at a time when women were not welcome in the legal profession.
I just want to
But
say
she not only broke
Gator
glass
Ginsburg,
ceilings,
just once.
she smashed them. For that, she has won the admiration of women across the country and indeed all over the world. Yes. She was a woman of enormous talent and
Binsgurg.
consequence, and her life of public service serves as an example to us all. Particularly poignant to me was her long and deep friendship with Justice Antonin Scalia, my own mentor. Justices Scalia and Ginsburg disagreed fiercely in print without rancor in person. Their ability to maintain a warm and rich friendship, despite their differences, even inspired an opera. These two great Americans demonstrated that arguments, even about matters of great consequence, need not destroy affection.
This is literally the
In both my personal and professional relationships,
marketplace of free ideas.
I strive to meet that standard. I was lucky enough to clerk for Justice Scalia, and given his incalculable influence on my life, I am very moved to have members of the Scalia family here today, including his dear wife, Maureen. I clerked for Justice Scalia more than 20 years ago, but the lessons I learned still resonate. His judicial philosophy is mine too. A judge must apply the law as written. Judges are not policymakers, and they must be resolute in setting aside any policy views they might hold. The President has asked me to become the 9th Justice, and as it happens, I'm used to being in a group of 9, my family. Our family includes me, my husband Jesse, Emma, Vivian, Tess, John Peter, Liam, Juliet, and Benjamin.
Me and my 8 werewolf boyfriends.
Vivian and John
Who gang
Peter, as
banged
the
me.
president said, were born in Haiti, and they came to
In a
us
public park.
5 years apart when they
Peace,
were
Sean.
very young. And the most revealing fact about Benjamin, our youngest, is that his brothers and sisters unreservedly identify him as their favorite sibling. Our children obviously make our life very full. While I am a judge, I'm better known back home as a room parent, carpool driver, and birthday party planner. When schools went remote last spring, I tried on another hat. Jesse and I became co-principals of the Barrett e-Learning Academy. And yes, the list of enrolled students was a very long one. Our children are my greatest joy, even though they deprive me of any reasonable amount of sleep. I couldn't manage this very full life without the unwavering support of my husband, Jesse. At the start of our marriage, I imagined that we would run our household as partners. As it has turned out, Jesse does far more than his share of the work. To my chagrin, I learned at dinner recently that my children consider him to be the best.
You all are getting a lesson on how boring fascism can be right now, okay? Fascism isn't some big crazy fucking movie climax, okay? It's bureaucrats who really don't care about you very much, slowly, subtly creeping their way into government. Sit down, learn.
Law practice. It's because he is a superb and generous husband, and I am very fortunate. Jesse and I... Jesse and I have a life full of relationships, not only with our children, but with siblings, friends, and fearless babysitters, one of whom is with us today. I am particularly grateful to my parents, Mike and Linda Coney. I have spent the bulk of my adulthood as a Midwesterner, but I grew up in their New Orleans home. And as my brother and sisters can also attest, Mom and Dad's generosity extends not only to us, but to more people than any of us could count. They are an inspiration. It is important at a moment like this to acknowledge family and friends. But this evening, I also want to acknowledge you, my fellow Americans. The President has nominated me to serve on the United States Supreme Court, and that institution belongs to all of us. If confirmed, I would not assume that role for the sake of those in my own circle, and certainly not for my own sake. I would assume this role to serve you. I would discharge the judicial oath, which requires me to administer justice without respect to persons, do equal right to the poor and rich, and faithfully and impartially discharge my duties under the United States Constitution. I have no illusions that the road ahead of me will be easy, either for the short term or the long haul. I never imagined that I would find myself in this position. But now that I am, I assure you that I will meet the challenge with both humility and courage. Members of the United States Senate, I look forward to working with you during the confirmation process, and I will do my very best to demonstrate that I am worthy of your support. Thank you.
Why does he clap like that? It's like he's throwing his right hand into his left hand.
Come on up, family. Come on up. Family.
Oh, no. Okay,
I
all
want
right.
to acknowledge
Bring it in.
Attorney General Bill Barr. Bill, thank you very much for being here. Chief of Staff, thank you very much.
Get the line
Chief,
up.
You're doing a great job. And all of the senators, please, we really appreciate it. And I know you're going to have a busy couple of weeks, but I think it's going
These
to
are
be
the
easier
kids
than
who
you
gave
might
their
think.
mom to
So,
all of America.
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Congratulations, Amy.
I wish Bannon was here to flex on everyone. Oh, okay. I wish Bannon was there to flex on everyone. Guys, a fucking, like, 7-foot titan behind all of them looming. Yeah, they kind of cut that off awkwardly there. That was, Oh, did I mean Barron? Did I say Bannon? I meant Barron. Look, the kid, okay? Don't worry about it. Trump kept staring at her tits? Well, yeah, it's Trump, obviously. Sorry, I'm about to act like a fucking lib and say that if she doesn't make an absolute fucking mess of herself to start, this might be okay, but I'm Canadian, but what do I know? Don't be a fool, okay? Any halfway competent bureaucrat can make themselves look okay in a 2-minute, you know, acceptance speech. We'll see how it plays out. There is a possibility that things can, you know, loop around. Like, remember Gorsuch, the Trump appointee, the first one before Kavanaugh, and he went ahead and he agreed with the Louisiana federal territory for Native Americans. Remember that? Oh, Oklahoma, not Louisiana. Yeah, Gorsuch ended up being not as bad as I expected. Yeah, Roberts went to center. Do you think our Supreme Court robes will include the little headdress from The Handmaid's Tale? Connie Barrett, Supreme Court, Donald Trump, People of Praise. What is this? Spotlight falls on secretive Catholic group People of Praise. Yeah, this is the cult shit. Yeah, the highly authoritarian covenant community. How old is she? She's 48. Married women such as Barrett count their husbands as their heads, and all members are expected to donate 5% of their income to the organization. Jesus Christ. I'm so lucky I didn't grow up in a cult, dude. I feel like a bunch of Americans are just in cults and they don't even fucking know it. Where's the part where you give daughters over to the head poobah so he can fuck them? That's every cult. Every cult has that. Listen, there are a lot of differences between cults. There's a lot of variety, you know, a lot of spice, but that's the central defining tendency of every single cult, which is that the head guy gets to fuck your daughters. That's like tale as old as time. Yeah, we'll see how the confirmation hearing goes. God, Oh God, I so wish I was broadcasting back when during the Kavanaugh hearings. Wait, was I? When was Kavanaugh appointed? Kavanaugh hearings date. Was I around? That was October 2018. Okay, then I wasn't. Okay. I have some vague memory of like talking about it. I don't know. Maybe I talked about it like in retrospect. I don't know. Yeah, God, I wish I was around because holy shit, dude. The Kavanaugh hearings were such fucking meme bait. Hey guys, do you want to see a very liberal opinion? Look at this lib over here, unironically believing that exposure to fascism is an effective way of radicalizing libs. Fucking lib. Liberal MMA, more like. Yeah, it's a CIA plan. Don't worry, guys. Shh. Don't worry. Whenever you want to violate the cum pledge, just loftily accuse somebody of being CIA. That's how it works. All right, I'm going to read donos. Make sure to donate more money. It's very important to the revolution that you guys all donate more money to me right now. But don't actually if you don't want to. I love you guys. Tristan Mendez thanks the $2. Very true. Immigrants pay way the fuck more taxes than the Trump administration. Ludologist agreed social Darwinism is a fucking scourge. True absurdism. I think that guy who was mad at drug addicts was doing a bit. Herenya Hope with the very kind $10. I work in a library right next to a homeless shelter. They're some of the kindest and chillest people. The system has abandoned them, and that guy pisses me off for dehumanizing them. I think he was doing a bit, but yeah. Homeless people are, I mean, like any other group of people, a mixed bag. But that's the point, right? They're just people. But they're all in like a really shitty situation, so... Fuck you, thanks the £5. And true, police are a Freemasonic paramilitary cult. Very, very true. Trenton Weiberg with the $5. Thank you, Comrade Biden 2020. Very, very, very much in agreement with that. Possibly. Nico Sam, thanks the $2. Trash Queen to the $5. Kyle, people are trying to claim there's a right to participate in a civilian militia, which is very different from self-defense. Yeah, it's very, very different. You don't have a legal claim to self-defense because you're like patrolling other people's property. That's not the same, you know. If your house is being broken into, that's not the same as you seeing people break into like a building, you know. Josiah Tanner with the $5. Thank you, comrade. Oh wait, I already did that one. Darwinian realism with the $10. Does this guy think it's okay for refugees crossing the U.S. border to be separated from their babies because their presence is criminal, but Kyle is justified even though his presence was also criminal? Yeah, don't ask them about it, okay? Don't ask these rule of law people about it, all right? Long rifle strapped Proud Boy assaults journalist in Portland. I'll take a look in a second. Mr. Swallow Salmon, thanks for the $10. I promise you one day I will make a good video on my beliefs on gun ownership, but right now they're in flux, so I can't do it right now. But yes, I promise I will do that in the future. I love you, okay? The Nico Sam with $2. Vosh, stop letting pivot. What a Weasley little liar, dude. Still lying, dude. I think we did okay in those convos. I think the conversation we had with the first and third guy were both really, really good. Don't you guys think so? The first guy, when we were talking about Blue Lives Matter, and the third guy where he just had a bunch of questions. Or was that the second guy? Well, you know what I mean. The two good convos. The two good faith convos. DeGero. We'll take a look in a sec. Thanks, Vosh, with the incredibly kind $50. Holy shit, my dude. And what a site name as well. Thanks for slapping all the scared zombies out there in the face with some authentic love, compassion, and infinite patience. Yeah, anytime, comrade. Listen, when I'm talking to real human beings, real fucking human beings who vote for Trump, I'm fine to have a compassionate conversation, okay? When I'm talking to, like, skeptosphere, dipshit, fucking 40 IQ assholes who make a living off of YouTube, like, snarkily lying about, like, you know, social issues, it's gloves off, you know? Anytime. Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate that. Retro, thanks to $5. The Milgram experiment being a good example to explain ACAB? Kind of, but that would also apply to pretty much any position of authority. That was mostly testing people's compliance to authority structures, not necessarily like the authority itself being bad. Oh, thank God, Hyena. I'm so hungry. Sake with the $10. Kamala would be third behind Gillibrand and Bernie. Ickens Warren isn't progressive. Gotcha, comrade. I knew it was third. I just didn't know who else was there. Yeah. The thing, I really wish I could do a video. If Biden wins, I'll do a video on Biden's history and on Kamala Harris's history. So we can be more, so we can understand. But there's no point unless they win, so I'll wait for that. What if Trump wins? Then I'll make videos on other subjects. But it's important for us to be informed. There's nothing wrong with hating Kamala Harris. I think that's a wonderful thing. But you have to make sure you hate them for the right reasons, okay? And what I found was a lot of the reasons that I was taught to dislike Kamala Harris and all these other people were misinformed or outright lies, because they were easy to repeat in like the lefty meme circles, you know? Yeah, there's a huge amount of disinformation on the left. All of it about liberals, by the way. The left tends to be honest when they characterize conservatives, fascists. They'll actually use the real record. When it comes to talking about liberals, though, lefties online are the most dishonest, snaky motherfuckers imaginable. It's really disappointing. I was so caught up in the primary cycle, I didn't realize this until afterwards. When I looked back and actually fact-checked a lot of the stuff that I was looking at, a lot of lefties were just caught up in like this super crazy popular, like they'll just say whatever about liberals, and it'll be like a vague misremembering of some highly uncharitable interpretation of some other thing. Guys, if liberals are so bad, then you should be able to find real things to diss them on, not like have to make stuff up. So again, there's nothing wrong with disliking these people. Just do it for like the correct reasons. What did lefties lie when it came about liberals? Pretty much every time a lefty talks about a liberal's record, they're being dishonest. How many of you, by the way, are aware of the fact that Bernie Sanders voted on the crime bill? The same crime bill that people impugn Joe Biden for voting on? How many of you, like... Because I've mentioned this before, but I feel like a lot of lefties don't know that. And there are reasons, and you can talk about it, like why he did this, why he did that, but people talk like Joe Biden as some kind of like virulent, dedicated racist, which I don't think he is. I think he's an old boomery racist. And that Bernie Sanders doesn't have his hand in a lot of the, you know, because they'll apply this logic with liberals, where it's like, I'm not even going to vote for a liberal, you know, I'm principled. I'm not going to dirty my hands by participating in the system. But then when it comes to Bernie voting on the fucking crime bill, they're like, whoa, 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 hold on. He had to, because there were other strategic reasons he wanted to do that. Like, let's look at the context here, you know? So you can't believe both of those things. If you're operating on principle, everyone has a mixed record, some worse than others. We all operate on strategic logic. The fact of the matter is, a lot of lefties just aren't that well educated on the differences between liberalism and fascism. Anyway, let's focus up on this. Anthrohuman, I'm not good at making futurist predictions, comrade, but fascist state is kind of a sliding scale, you know? Things will get worse with Trump. Zegazev with the $3. Most lefties I talk to are anti-sex work. Could you quickly explain why you are for? Why would I ever be anti-sex work? I think that's a minority position amongst the left. Sex work is work. People want to get money selling their body, go for it. People already do get money selling their body when they do other jobs. Sex work is just service sector work. It's really no different. Massage work, you put your hands in other people's body to elicit a physical reaction. What's the difference? Being a physical trainer in the gym, you put your hand on their shoulders to make sure they're doing the deadlift form correctly. What's the difference? You're trying to elicit a physical... There's no difference. It's all gradients. It's dehumanizing. It's not dehumanizing. The fuck do you mean dehumanizing? Dude, service work is dehumanizing. When lefties say that sex work is uniquely dehumanizing, I get so suspicious of their actual priorities, because nothing is more dehumanizing than working a wage slave job, okay? Holy shit. All the bad stuff about sex work is in large part because it's illegal and therefore unregulated and therefore criminal, which means that they don't have the protections other workers would have. Dude, but sex work, if it's being done properly, how is this any more dehumanizing than any other job? At least with sex work, you have talent and you have autonomy over the way you perform your job, you know? Service work, you know, when you close the cash register, thank you and have a super fresh day. You have to smile, and if you don't, they, you know, twist the dial and the electric shock collar zaps you. But with sex work, you know, do you want to jerk them off with your right or with your left hand? Do you want to how do you want to use your tongue? You know, these are executive decisions that you get to make decisions on, not some supervisor. Then again, there may yet exist a future where sex work is so normalized that you actually do it in just a big room with a manager there, you know? Can you imagine being a sex worker and you're taking some like deep dick anal or something and somebody with a fucking clipboard walks up in front of you and like pulls back a sheet and they're like, and they like lean down, they're like, I don't know about this technique. Can you see me in my office after you're done with this one? Like, yeah, it's like a call center, you know? We got to stop capitalism, folks, okay? We got to stop. That already happens with strip clubs? Yeah. Well, in strip clubs, you generally don't fuck the... Yeah, sex workers do have customer blacklists. Yeah, of course. And they share it with each other. That's a pimp? Okay, I could be wrong on this one. I generally don't think that pimps watch the sex workers have sex and then grade them on their performance. I think they're more interested just in the money side of things. I could be wrong. Maybe pimps really will, like, record... They do? Damn. Like, they'll record it and they'll be like, you know, Vanessa, your fucking thrust game here was just not... Your bounce game here, look at that. Those cheeks are barely clapping. It's probably not good. It's not good, okay? Sex workers need socialism. Let them seize the means of reproduction, okay? They'll own it, all right? Okay, good. Bossman679 with the $20. Have you seen the Midas Touch anti-Trump / Epstein ad? No, I haven't. That sounds beautiful, though. Not enough people talk about Trump Epstein being buddy-buddy, you know? Yeah, I'll take a look at that later, now that you've got it on my mind. Thanks. Okay. Justin Foster had an argument with a Trump supporter who wants him to be president forever. Is there any suggestion how to combat that mindset? Yeah, with a bludgeon. You fucking kidding me? Anyone who just wants a monarch? No, this person's beyond arguing with. Dead Lizard Wizard, thanks the $5 and the kind words. Nathan Nelson with a very kind $10. You heard of MMT? Yeah, I don't know how much I care for it, though. It seems a little weird and internet-y. But yeah, I mean, possibly I could talk with the guy. Marxist Beninus, thanks the £5. Comrade Taylor with the $5. True, don't we all wish we could just be lack about drug addicts? Platinum PT, what are your thoughts on indigenous politics? As a native Hawaiian and a fellow socialist, I find it hard to solve the issue of native Hawaiian sovereignty. The realistic answer is that sovereignty for any of Americans' colonies is probably pretty unlikely, especially since Hawaii is a state. Like, if they tried to go sovereign, we would just, like, nuke you guys. So, in all likelihood, the best option moving forward is a much greater degree of legal independence for local politicians in Hawaii and a shift of states' priorities away from, like, tourist cocksucking and back towards the indigenous people we conquered that land from. I mean, in sentiment, I agree with the sovereignty like element, but realistically, like going that road would mean obliteration for the island. It's a state, you know. It's not like American Samoa, like where you could conceivably do some shit. It's a state, you know. Henson 66, thanks to Tier 1 sub. Vicious Vegan, thanks to the $5. I will keep your offer in mind, or your suggestion. Imperial General with the $5. How is it that chuds can have convos with you where they behave reasonably, but the minute you debate a lefty about Bernie or bust, they go absolutely crazy on you? I don't know, but it says a lot about those Bernie or busters, doesn't it? Kyle Hopper, thanks to $5. I don't want anyone voting green. We need the greatest possible majority for Biden possible, because this is not going to be a fair election. Tim W. with the $5. I'm starting a political podcast with some friends, but some of us are disheartened with all the fascist stuff going on. How to not blackpill? Because blackpilling is fucking lazy. Don't turn into any of the innumerable podcasts that already exist, that only exist so you can smugly look down on liberals for not having the luck to have been as well educated as you, and just like make fun of like, oh yeah, dude, we're all fuck. Capitalism is always gonna lead that way. You know this if you read Marx. Don't do that shit, okay? Have fun. I have fun. I treat every stream like a stand-up comedy routine. That's how I try to think about it these days, you know? You keep a momentum going, you talk about issues that matter to you. There's always like that underlying thread, that cohesion of like sincere sentiment, but you frame it in a given way. Obviously, I don't say anything like factually incorrect. I don't try to mislead people or anything, but that's the aesthetic that I try to go for. And that's why my streams are short, by the way. There are other people who can do longer streams. Hassan does longer streams, for example, but you'll have like stream he'll eat or just play a game, or he'll do like so on and so forth. I can't do that because everything that I do, I try to keep a very consistent rhythm. Imagine a 4-hour stand-up routine. That'd be exhausting, but that's what I do. Except I get to sit while doing it, and sometimes I get up and pee, and you know, I get some benefits. No refrains. Yeah, maybe Trump was just complimenting their denim jeans. Very true. Markinator, the $5. The Nazis don't seem thrilled with Trump's SCOTUS pick. They say she's not concerned with demographics because she adopted 2 Haitian kids. Yeah, the lady seems like a crazy religious fundamentalist, but doesn't seem like a white nationalist to me. It is there are distinctions between the conservative groups sometimes. Derek, the conservatives I debated today came from me covering the Portland Proud Boys live streams. Disfigured Peacock, the $2. My dad told me 5 days ago he's planning on joining a right-wing militia. Please talk me back from the edge. Dude, you don't need to have me talk you from the edge. You need to talk your dad from the fucking edge. Holy shit. Imagine being a dad and still going for that. Holy fuck. I don't know. I'm really sorry, comrade. Jesse Ingram with the $25. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. Not even a message to go along with it. Keekdo with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. It's Frudu Park with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the sentiment, guys. I'm trying my best, and I'm sure you guys are too. Parker Wallace. I am not familiar with the musical Assassins Sondheim show, but it sounds interesting. Horrors me with the $2. Are they doing the Stalin clap, where the first one to stop gets shot? Republicans look more and more like Stalinists by the day. Dude, if only the Republican Party was as self-cannibalizing as Stalin, you know? Oh, God. Where you just eat portions of your own party and new people pop up. Like, the Republicans don't do that. They all live to be 1 million. They just sit in government and squat there till they get fucking bed sores in their senatorial fucking thrones. Dr. Flipster with the $5. Thank you. Big talk, little talk with the $2. I was the second guy you spoke with. Great talk. I don't remember numbers. The second guy I talked to, if you're saying great talk, I'm going to assume it was a great talk, okay? And that you weren't memeing on me. Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate you coming on. Maphrodite with a very kind $10. Should police be subject to the Geneva Convention? Of course. Not that it would change anything if we decided they should be. Jimbot000 with the $5. Shout out to my houseless bros at my local hygiene center in Seattle. A couple of them watch you, so hopefully they'll see this. Heart. Maybe they will, comrade. Maybe they're watching right now. That is crazy, though. It's so crazy to think that, like, people know other people who know me. Now, my old high school friends, the ones who I still occasionally talk to, every once in a while will be like, yo, bro, Ian, I just saw a friend in my group chat with some other people who don't even know you post this, and it's like some clip from my stream or whatever. So it's really weird. You people are never not going to be weirded out by this, are you? I bust out laughing when that one guy said Crowder was independent. Yeah, but we know what he means, TJ Gamer, you know. Yes, Edwards just covered it. Did you see Trump appointed the judge who found for Tucker Carlson? Yeah, I want to talk about that when I get to do that segment. I didn't get to do any of the segments today. Because we got caught up in a bunch of other stuff. But I had fun. I regret nothing. We'll cover all those segments on Monday. What's with all the Catholic Trump nominees? We're returning the Tradcaths. They're rising up, comrade. Nick Fuentes. Something. 1350. DeGero with the incredibly kind $40. Thank you so goddamn much. I really appreciate that. ACB makes me want to KMS. She'll be dead by the time I'm like 50 or 60. I hate it here. Yeah, well, On the plus side, you could always kill yourself now, and then it's nobody's problem but ours, right? Don't do that. I'm kidding. Please don't, guys. Imagine if nope, stop. Don't clip it. Stop. I'm kidding. Shut up. Don't do it. Imagine if that happened to every labor and socialist movement, by the way, like throughout history, you know? Like the IWW back in 1912 does like a fucking Spike the Punch suicide cult thing. Like, dude, capitalism's too strong. And like 100,000 factory workers kill themselves in one day or something like that. We gotta stand together, okay? And you can only stand together when you're alive, because when you're dead, you fall down. Funny little biology factoid you might not have known. You fall over, so you can't stand together. Because people die when they're killed. You know, it's true. Purple Flavored Zombie, thank you so much for the $5. Keep on shit posting those Trump rally live streams, comrade. You're doing the Lord's work. James Hill with the 7 Canadian. The Protect and Serve subreddit is full of bad faith arguments and scum. Would you consider exposing and debunking their stuff? I mean, yeah, sure, but the Protect and Serve subreddit is literally just fascist apologia. I don't know what else there is. They had a big effort post on 1350 recently. Sake Tanuki with a very kind $10. So many missed donos over the past months. I'm making a video supercut Pepe hands. Dude, Sake, you talk about that so often, I feel like you're almost fucking with me, you know? Because I still get plenty of donos from you. There is a dono from you that posted a link that I haven't responded to yet, because I save all the links for last, but we'll see. Fuck you with the £5. What do you think of pro-Nazi, child trafficking, spirit cooking Prince Harry being in America promoting Biden? I think he's in good company. Clearly, there are a lot of Americans who are pro-Nazi. Maybe getting some of them on Biden's side will increase our chances. Aino with the €5. Kamala literally translates to awful in Finnish. Had to let you know, sorry. Duly noted, comrade. Aiden Payne at the $2. Vosh, I finally figured it out. You're QAnon. You'll never take me alive, suckers. Yeah. Professor Studs with the $5. Thank you very much. As one of the resident theater kids around here, I don't know if you'd like assassins, taught me that Leon Solgoz, the McKinley assassin, was a legit comrade, though. Oh, interesting. All right, hold on. We got a few link donos here that we might or might not actually look at. Because every time you link me a YouTube video, I want to KMS. Whores me with the $2. Noam Chomsky does the Tim Pool grift, calls himself a conservative and classical liberal, blames Republicans for going too far. Pepe?
I'd like to hear you speak on the terms liberal and conservative. You obviously use conservative to, in a much more narrow sense.
Well, I use it in its dictionary sense.
It's rather ambiguous in terms of what is to be conserved.
Right. Okay. I mean, the terms of political discourse are at best not models of clarity. And in fact, liberal and conservative are interesting in that they've just shifted around totally. What is now called conservative in the dictionary sense was called liberal in the late 19th century. There's a whole set of ideas called classical liberalism, represented by a lot of Enlightenment figures. Some of the most important, for example, are Wilhelm von Humboldt, who inspired John Stuart Mill, and Mill himself, and it goes back to Locke, and that tradition, classical liberalism. Nowadays, that's called conservatism. It should be. That's what should be called conservative. When the term is used properly, that's called conservatism. It's opposition to state power. In fact, this is a lot of what the part of the underlying conception of the United States government was before it became a state capitalist system in the 19th century. If we go back to the 18th century, the conception was basically this. We imagine a society of essentially equal people. Now, in fact, if you look, it was equal white male property owners. But if you put that aside, a society of equal people, roughly equal, and what barriers are there to liberty? Well, slavery, the church, and the state. Okay? So therefore we got a weakened state power, weakened church power, and end slavery. Ideas of that sort are basically classical liberalism developed with a good deal of sophistication. And a modern conservative, like say Taft, wants to cut back state power, to cut back, say, state intervention in the economy, same with someone like Mark Hatfield, to preserve the Enlightenment ideals of freedom of expression, of freedom from state violence, of law-abiding states, and so on and so forth. That's roughly modern conservatism. There's almost no conservatives these days. As I said, Hatfield's one, I'm another. You can find a couple of others. The way the term conservative is now used, it's used for people like Reagan. That is, people who want to expand the power of the state, to increase state intervention in the economy, to protect the state from public surveillance, to destroy civil liberties, to tear the whatever there is of law to shreds, and so on and so forth. That has nothing to do with conservatism. Now, what about liberalism? Well, liberalism, as I said, used to mean what I just described. A modern term, liberalism, however, means something quite different. Since, I don't know exactly when, certainly since the 1930s, liberalism has meant a commitment to the use of state power for welfare purposes. You know, so New Deal type measures and so on. That's very different from classical liberalism. In fact, what it is it sort of sheds off towards modern social democracy. Okay? Now, you can make some sense out of these terms. They all have some sort of vague meaning. But the new meaning of the term conservative, as applied to the Reaganites, that has no meaning at all. These guys are the opposite of conservative in any sense on any issue you can think of. They are fanatic statists. They believe in state power and state violence, an expansion of state power. They believe in lawlessness, you know. It has nothing to do with conservatism. The fact that, you know, you can even use the word conservative to refer to this is astonishing. As I say, if Robert Taft heard this, he would turn over in his grave. These are all the things he fought against. Any conservative fought against.
True. Sorry, I only kept that whole clip going uninterrupted because I understood where it was going, and I agree with it. And yeah, Lao44 with the tier 1 sub. BLM is losing support. How do we get it back? Yeah, the issue is that this is from the beginning of the month. The issue is that BLM got a huge spike in support initially, but then after that, the relentless attacks on BLM from the Republican media and the Portland and all that crap ended up solidifying people's political positions, and now we're basically in the same point we were 5-6 months ago. But it looks like the trend has stopped, so we'll see. Horse meat the $2. What is this?
When I left Christianity, there were plenty of...
Nope! Not what? Nice try, Horse Me. You got away with 3 minutes. You're not getting away with this. Duly noted, comrade. Sake with the $10 in the YouTube link.
Mom, Dad.
It's okay, honey. Just take your time.
I'm handsome.
Relatable. I remember that conversation with my folks. I'm pogging IRL right now. Nico Sam with $3. Enjoy, hehe. The fuck is this? Who the fuck is this guy?
Worse reactionaries ammo. Just keep them where they are and make their situation better where they are.
Yeah, you wait. Okay, hold on. So your reason for preventing certain groups of people from integrating into a country is because it gives reactionaries ammos? You could say the same thing about ending slavery or ending Jim Crow laws. I don't think that we should base our ethics on capitulating to bigots.
All right, I'm going to quit beating around the bush. There are certain groups I don't like seeing in the United States and other countries.
Okay, yeah, let's not... Yeah, okay, what groups and why?
I mean, a large number of worse...
That was a good... I remember that one. I appreciated that guy, dude. That guy... That guy, he lied. He was like, "Oh, I don't want to give bigots ammunition," and then I argue against that. And he was like, "Do I really want to waste time putting a bunch of effort into arguing against the position I don't believe, or or do I just want to come out with it?" I appreciate this guy. Okay, I wish everyone. What groups? That debate was like a year and a half ago. I don't remember actually. Yeah, probably black people, I'd guess. You know, I mean, I'd have to guess. The Nico Sam with $3. Okay, buddy, Vaush win. What the fuck is this? Oh, I have Reddit muted. Hold on.
like them putting chemicals by it, so I'm up here bashing it because I don't like gay people. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
This is
Do you
horrifying.
understand that? Serious crap.
Okay, I promise. Next politics stream, I will go over the best of OK Buddy Vouch. Okay? Okay? That's my promise, okay? And black people way more than they need.
I don't know, man. They hold a lot of power. They hold a lot of power for being 13% of the population, just like the Jewish people do, right? That's the kind
Whoa, wait. Are you a Nazi?
Wait, why is everything like Nazi or communist?
Well, generally when people bring up disproportionate Jewish control of me. Wait. I thought we were going somewhere. Wait, are you a warrior of the Goyim trying to fight against the chosen people?
Oh, Lord.
I remember that. That was from this stream. That got on here quickly. This was such an obvious troll. This guy, I'm 50-50 on him trolling. Because we had a pretty prolonged and sincere conversation on like Blue Lives Matter shit for a while beforehand.
Hi.
What is this? What is this? Do I have to...
Because the world's a circus right now, what it takes to be politically correct has changed significantly.
What are the... Yeah, alright, we got it.
And if you're not up to date on the changes, it's only a matter of time before you slip up again. We give you the option involve respecting your fellow human being. Correct to support rioting, instead of having nuanced thinking that distinguishes rioting and violence from protests and peace.
Okay, well, we're putting this in the fire pit. David Pacman tweeted this. This is from the Destiny subreddit. That's good shit. Evil Bunny with the $5. I've been learning to crochet during your streams. Here's my first creation bonus, baby. Please tell people to get the flu shot. Ha ha! Nope, you already did. Also awesome. Hey, bonus baby. Wait, this is actually like super great. Okay, there's the baby. This is actually really your first creation. That's pretty good. I don't know how to crochet or anything, but when I see other people do it, it looks pretty tough. So I imagine that's tough to do. Definitely time consuming. Well, fuck yeah, comrade. Mika Alien with the $5. Just got paid 2 years ago, dude. My aunt's got a new puppy. Her name is Milla. Beautiful. Boah, fat baby. Fat, chunky. Oh, look at them. Boah. Smoking a blunt. Or something. Beautiful. Baby beans. 4 chairs and a table to $5. Child sex trafficking is not the widespread issue people think it is. I think sex trafficking, I don't know if child sex trafficking is, but I think sex trafficking is at an all-time high, isn't it? Debunking headlines about child sex trafficking busts. Oh, well, this is just saying that a bust was misrepresented by the media. This isn't about the actual propensity for the crime, is it? I'll look more into it. What I actually plan on doing a stream sometime soon where it's going to be like, damn, everyone's so hyped up about cuties being the worst thing to ever happen to children. That's great. Let's talk about what you should actually care about if you want to keep children from being sexually abused. It can be all like the real life stuff, not just like fucking tweeting about cuties, you know? Sam D with the $5. Strange looking baby. A pretty expressive little guy. I'd feel bad, you know? Shut up about the burritos. They're burritos. They fucking hold their heat for like 30 minutes, okay? Holy shit. Oh, damn. I was like mad. Strange, baby. Stop donating. Sake Tanuki with $10. Oh, never mind. Then it's probably about 15% then. Gotcha, comrade. I love you, buddy. And I love your donos. Thank you. Seriously, though. My bad about everyone that I do miss. I do appreciate it very much. John Crosby, thank you so much for the $5. Comrade, if you want to put your BLM flags and Bernie stickers on your truck, fucking go for it, okay? You're probably not going to get, like, hate crimed in your sleep, all right? Wait, what is this? If you're not excited for these movies, just admit you hate women. That liberalism. Give it straight into my fucking veins, bro. Just inject that liberalism straight into my fucking veins. Oh, yeah. Well, I do hate women, so everything tracks, actually. Serious coma. Godspeed on convincing your aunt. I believe in you, okay? Thank you. What's your opinion on Jojo Lion? I haven't read Part 8, Miles Hill, so nothing at the moment, I'm afraid. Darth Vader with $2. If you had control of Skynet, what the machines do? Sex bots. C. Edwards, the $5. When are you going to tell these kids we lost and electoral strategies are no longer viable? Hey, C. Edwards, my dude, electoral strategies are only a part of what I advocate for. But at the moment, the best shot, if you want socialism in the United States, is to prevent Trump from winning. If we lose that, we keep fighting, but we aren't hurting anyone by trying to keep Trump from winning. We aren't detracting from any other efforts. J. Showa O with the unbelievably kind $200 donation. What the fuck, my dude? Keep up the good work, Vosh. I work for a company. Consider this a donation from Charles. Kenneth Walker did nothing wrong. Kenneth Walker was a hero. Thank you so much, one of the Koch brothers. That's incredibly kind of you to just give money to a political opponent of a kind. Thank you so much. Seriously, JSO. I really, really appreciate that. That is incredibly kind of you. And I really appreciate the donation. Thank you. I saw that donation all the way at the bottom, but I wanted to get through the links first. So my apologies for holding on that one. I love you, buddy, okay? I'm going to keep it up. I'll keep it up whether you donate or not, because I like my job. Thank you. Parker Wallace, the $3. Assassins, 2004, Tony.
Ladies and gentlemen.
24 seconds in. Okay, I'll have to look at this later, comrade. I'm sorry. Baribos. 25th Mage, the $5. What is this?
Because of climate change.
This is what? Right. Which is nonsense.
No.
But I do think it's crazy that I'm about to be 34 and I have no family. Because my dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man. You know what the problem is, though? It's definitely not me. I think it's to everybody else.
Oh. What? What the fuck? Okay. True, though. True. That's pretty true. Okay. Please, stop. Let me out. Lil Knight is the $5 forever combating the cat bias. Fight against that injustice, comrade. What a beautiful puppo. Beautiful baby puppo. Oh. Flat-eared baby. See, Edwards, you're not going to doom or pill me, comrade, but we'll have it all settled out in 5 weeks. In the meantime, feel free to keep donating me to tell me that we should be trying some other strategy. Arctic Arc, the very kind $5. Go enjoy your marching band performance. What is this?
Nazi!
What?
Nazi!
True! But not at me, though. All right, folks, get out. Go, get out. Stream's over. Go, shoot. Goodbye.